Is this thing on? Yes, it is. Let's begin. Welcome to another episode of Hedgehog Makes. My name is Austin, aka Zombie Hedgehog, and today we're going to be continuing the build of the Voron 2.4 300mm with support from West3D, LDO, Polymaker, and anyone else who has helped, especially Bob. Thank you, Bob. So today we're going to be working on the Z-axis as much as I can. Unfortunately, we had some snowstorms and my bottom panel got delayed, but we can still do quite a bit. And that reminds me, I have to find another thing. Aha, lubricant. There we go. We're good. Yes, we're lubing the rails on stream today because I figured it'd be good content. Everyone likes a good linear rail lubing. So how is everyone today? We got Nick, Major Gamer Geek, Matthew, you are everywhere. Non-fam, we got Hedgehog Makes in chat, and Swan AZ. Can never pronounce your name, but welcome on in. So slight camera angle change today. I have this facing this way. We'll see how it works out. I do have a new camera incoming, so potentially in a couple streams we'll have much better main camera quality, so that's very exciting. So thank you to my Patreon members and everyone who's donated, because that definitely helps out, able to get more high quality video. Otherwise, we have this scene. We have the overhead where you can see what I'm working on face down. We have the close-up camera, which is a little overexposed. I can fix that. A bit over. There we go. That's better. It's slightly better. We have this camera right here. We also have the build guide right here with a little bit of a side camera. So this is the manual we'll be referring to. I have this overhead view with a little camera snippet, and then the opposite, I have the overhead with this. So we can switch between what we need. That's what I have set up. How does everything sound? Are we sounding good? The music volume good? It's dab. Oh, okay. Is this my first Voron? Technically, yes. This is my first Voron. I've used different components for other printers. Music's a bit loud. All right, that's no problem. I can change that. There we go. Turn mine up. So let me know how that is now. But yeah, this is my first official Voron build. I built the Simple Core previously. That's the closest thing I have. It's kind of like a Trident, except it's a lot simpler, and it uses the EVA toolhead, which for PLA I strongly prefer. It's a much better cooling hot end. And other than that, I built the Rook printers, which, yes, we'll have a part 2 for the MK1 coming up. I'll be doing that on a live stream. We'll be going over just the essentials, getting Clipper installed, just having kind of a hangout. So we'll schedule that in ahead time. But I wanted to get, this has been a priority for me. I want to get this built. I want to get it functional. It's going to be very useful for printing ABS parts. Now, I am getting a bamboo. So thanks to Polymaker, I will be able to have just a printer that should just work, assuming that it works well, and be able to do multi-color. So that's going to be kind of my ABS multi-color printer for now. So I don't have to worry about putting a Rage Up carrot feeder in here. This is just going to be my, I don't know. It should be a nice printer. And I like how it's fixed. It's going to be good for recording video. I love that. I can put my camera right on the desk, points at it, nothing moves. Tapping this or clicky? I think tap is quite overkill. It's fun, but I think it's very overkill. Considering it's a BL Touch and that works, I'll be very happy with the PCB clicky that I got. So, I have a few things to do before we start, and one of them is lubricating linear rails. So West3D has their new Berserker rails. That is the title of the video. These are West3D's specialty high temp, I think mid tolerance rails. They feel super smooth. These are definitely the smoothest ones that I have used, but they're not the stiffest. So I don't know, your mileage may vary, but I'm using these on all my axes and we'll see how they work out. They definitely look nice. And it's a different style, slightly different style than the regular West3D CNA rails. So if you want to pick these up, there is a link in the video description for West3D. They have been amazing and very supportive. On my Twitch stream, we installed this tool head down here, which is the Triangle Lab STD6. And that thing is an absolute beast. I had to make a custom mount for it, but it's interesting. So it's fun to play around with components like that and see what's worthwhile. Probably increase the music a little bit. I feel like it's a low. There we go. It's like one notch. Because I want a little bit. I want you to be able to hear it. I gotta get your build plate and motors from West3D. Cool. Awesome. Well, make sure you use my referral code. I do get a small kickback on that, which allows me to get more parts from them. It goes straight back into West3D. But it's more of a way of tracking who is actually, using the referral link. All right, great. So let's just start off with lubrication. I do it probably a bit more intense because I like these to be properly lubricated. A lot of printers come with very minimal lube, and that's fine, they work, but I don't want to have to touch it. I just want to install it and never really have to touch it for a while. So I'll go through the process of what I do to lubricate rails, or at least one of the processes. I'll note that the Berserker rails do have a fill port, which I don't have the right cap for. I don't know. We'll do it the other way. I can do it the easy way, but that's no fun. Let me go over to here. All right. So how is this angle? Is this fine? I could probably angle this down a bit, and we can work like this. Is this a good angle? You replace your X and Y, your 2.4 with Berserker rails. Nice improvement all around over the stock LDO. Really? So did you find an actual improvement over the LDO rails? I've heard great things about them. Like, they seem fine. Same thing for the CNA rails that West3D sells under their own branding. Those are fine too. 2.5 build. I know. By the time I get this done, it's going to be 2.5. Like, seriously. I've had this thing in the works for a long time. So, I just slid off the carriage. I do not recommend you do this, but it's the best way to lubricate these. There's no other real option if you want to get a really precise lubrication job. So, all I do is I take these and I squeeze. This is available from West3D. It's a syringe full of EP2. I strongly recommend getting this. One of these will last many printers. I did use up a whole entire tube because all my printers use linear rails, and I've installed them on at least like 3 or 4, 5. So I ran out. This is my second tube after many printers, many rails worth. So unless you're building printers in bulk, you can get away with this, and it's cheap. So what I'm going to do is just apply the lube on the bottom here. Just right underneath the balls. And then same thing on this side right here. Underneath. Just a thin strip. Is this focus locked? Shouldn't be. Let's see if it is. It's not, but I can do a manual focus. That's kind of what I do. I just put some of the EP2 on here, like that. And then I'll very carefully slide it back onto the rails. So you'll see it kind of gets pushed out, and that's fine. So you have something that gets pushed out, and then I kind of just, you can like use this to kind of smooth around, but you'll have a little bit of a mess. But do that, and then move it back and forth. You'll immediately feel a lot of extra resistance because they come dry, or mostly dry, I believe. At least not greased to this extent. So you'll feel that they're a lot more fluid. It feels like there's extra resistance. So compared to a stock rail, let's put it on the table and do a flick test. That's a good one. So the flick test, this one, you know, you can see it's like a lot of extra resistance versus that. So that extra little bit of resistance does help, I feel. I don't know precisely why, but a little bit of extra resistance means, I don't know, what do you guys think that adds? It definitely rolls smoother, which the stock is already like crazy smooth, so that's impressive. And that's probably all you need. I think that's enough. Yeah, I've done this enough times where I guess I'm not scared about losing bearings. High quality rails, they tend not to lose ball bearings. Yep. So we'll just continue this for the other 4. I'm just going to do the... do you want to do them all right now, or just the y-axis? Because I have the rest of them. And if you do lose some, I recommend buying like a set of replacements too. Just have them on hand. It's useful. So we're just applying some lube. Now, the great thing about the Berserker is that you don't have to do any of this. The fill ports... It's too much. The fill ports on the side does actually work. And West3D does sell an adapter for this that fits right in them. It takes a bit of force to apply it, but it puts it right into the balls, and it just means that you don't have to take off the carriages. But yeah, I like the balls, they roll. Look how smooth they roll. Like, you don't have to worry about really losing them. High quality. Very high quality. I don't even feel like that's a risk. So do that. Get all the lubricant kind of evened out. And I think just that's fine. And I'm just going to take my finger and wipe off the excess. And then, this is why I wear jeans with 3D print. So you can rub lubricant. Like wearing a rag. Last time you derailed, you lost some balls. Yeah, it usually happens on the really cheap ones because they bind. They bind when they roll. They're not typically this smooth. They usually like are a little choppy, I feel. So because of that, it gets stiff and then you're forcing them out of place. Is there a super chat function? No. So if you want to unlock the super chat function, I have to hit, I believe, 1,000 subscribers. So I typically stream on Twitch, and I'd recommend, instead of doing super chats, which are fun, I would sign up for my Patreon. It's a pretty cool place where I don't actually do a lot, but you do get access to my Discord server in the Patreon section, and I do post all like when I'm going live there. So it's really just a way to support me, and I will post some behind the scenes stuff once in a while on there. But I strongly recommend checking that out, and that is in the video description. Alright, that's 3. I'm kind of almost do this blindfolded now. I don't want to know how many rails I've gone through. Oof. Welcome in, Bob. So Burt Burton Chat is the, I guess, the community sponsor for a portion of these parts. So huge thanks to Bob. And he's actually the person that sparked this build because he sent me the build plate. And once you get a build plate for a printer, you're kind of forced to build that printer. Like, there's no alternative. Luckily, I was debating between a Trident and a 2.4, and I really wanted a 2.4, but it was just more expensive, and I heard it was harder to build. But that was before I built my simple core. So after I built that, I'm like, okay, well, I can do a 2.4. It's a lot of parts, but we'll get through it. Just more steps. So just doing some lubrication. Again, the rails, they're just... I'm not even worried about losing balls. Like, this is cringe for some people. This is like absolute cringe because everyone's had that experience where you do this and you lose the ball bearings, but I don't know, man. I didn't lose a single one. So, link in description if you want to pick up these rails. They work very good. Alright, so those are lubed up enough. And someone posted in chat they use a dry lube. I do not recommend a dry lubricant for these. You want to get the actual ball bearings, the thing that actually makes contact. Get those greased up with a thick grease. EP2 Super Lube has some. You can pick that up like everywhere. It's like a PTFE that works well, but I prefer this syringe application. It's a lot cleaner. You start with 2.4 and then a V1. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people start with 2.4 too. Try it's just overall easier build, especially since you get the same prints, essentially. At least that's what I've heard. 2.4 and Trident are, for the most part, neck and neck in terms of performance. But they are different, and they do have advantages. I like having the fixed build plate, because your model just sits there. Don't want to use a thin super lube. So you can use that for rod bearings, so linear bearings. Those work well with the thin lube because you can't adequately lube one of those bearings once it's installed. That's the difference. With these, you can technically squeeze lube through the back here, but rods, those bearings are designed to be self-enclosed, so they don't lose grease. So you can use those, and that does help. So if you have a Prusa or a similar printer, maybe even SVO6, you'll want to invest in some light lube. So I'll probably have to get some of that when I get my SVO6 in. Otherwise, these, like, more is better for grease. Definitely more is better. And then you can put a light coating of oil on the surfaces to prevent rust as well. So that's where you can use the light oil for. Oh, that was it. That's lube. Lube in a nutshell. It's pretty simple. Any questions? Do you want to do the rest of them? I can wait. We could do another session of lubing when we get there. It doesn't take very long. So I know some people, they clean the whole carriages out and they spend like half an hour just doing it, but it takes like 2 seconds. Do them all. Do them all. Don't you want to wait till later? We can have another session of lubing. Alright. We do have a few things to do and not a ton of time because we tend to go off topic a lot on these streams, but that's okay. Let's go over to the manual and see what we have to do. So the first thing is, yeah, we can do the rails first. And those will take a little bit to install because we want to get them in kind of right. I'll have to find my guide, but that is where we're at currently. And did I print? Should have some guide. I should have separated those. Oh, here's one. Is that the right size? I think so. Unfortunately, my parts are just jumbled together in a box, as quite a few Voron builds are. You just kind of throw them all in a box. I should have 2 of them. There. I think, no, that's MGN. Wait, what size is that? Ooh. Oh, that's supposed to be for this. Some of these I had pretty bad first layers on, so they had a little bit of over squish, and we could try to clean those up. And I do have a whole, like, almost another set of parts. I think I printed in the reverse scheme. I did. So this is a set of parts where gray is the main color, and this is a set of parts where dark gray Polymaker ABS is the main color. So we'll figure that out as we go too. I didn't do a good job printing and organizing the parts. if you're gonna do this from scratch, track what you printed. Track what you printed. Organize them as you go. Seriously. I know it's monotonous, but just do it. Seriously. Or you can use someone like West3D's print service and just get the parts printed for you, because it takes a lot of time to print these parts, especially when you consider failures. I can print the same part like 3 times and have it fail 3 times, and that's a lot of wasted time. Maybe not a lot of wasted material, but time. So it takes weeks. It can take weeks to print these parts if you don't have a well-calibrated printer already, and if you're building a Voron, chances are you might not have one. So let's read this guide. It says, handle with care. Yep, so make sure you don't drop these. Just be gentle with them. When they're properly lubed, they have enough preload to kind of hold itself kind of in place, so you don't have to worry. If your rail just like slides all the way down, you really don't want to lose them. Those are way too low of a preload. You want them, they should stock without lube, not move when they're in a vertical position. Just for reference. The Z-axis doesn't matter as much. Essentially, the more you have in parallel, they put forces against each other and kind of they hold each other in place, if that makes sense. So not as critical, but definitely a nice to have. All right. Oil needs to be removed. Yeah, you can go and clean the rails and do all kinds of stuff, but I don't know. Does anyone actually go through and properly maintain their rails? All right, what does this say? Why is this here? As you likely skip through the advice on how to flip through the entire manual, we added graphics like this to assist you with the orientation of the part. Yep, that's fair. It's a good graphic. So we have these little center adapter things. Three millimeters is fine. Okay, we're gonna eyeball that. I don't think I have a 3. Swatch truck is 4 millimeter. I usually use swatch trucks for shims and stuff because they're all 3 millimeters or 4 millimeters, but they wanted 3. How thick is this print? This little swatch. Oh, that's pretty thick, actually. Oh, it's not too bad. Here, we'll use this. This is one of those. This is available on printables. Where's the camera? This thing. It's just a little Keller swatch. I quite like these because they do transparency. So you can see how transparent a material is and how it looks when there's light applied behind it. So there's a fun thing. What color is this? Well, it depends on how thick it is. So these are nice, and there is a fun little carrying case available on printables that comes up. You can put them all in. I'm gonna put these away before I forget. I'm gonna be labeling them too, so I don't forget what color they are. Because some of them, just like, what color is that? Especially the plain ones, you'll never find out. The gap is just to give space for the Z belt covers. Okay. All right. So I'll just use this because that's what I have up front of me, and it should work fine. You have 3,000 hours and 0 maintenance? Oh, geez. Yeah. At some point, you're going to want to essentially rebuild it. And even like replacing the parts is not a bad idea because they do wear. The parts do wear out. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate the YouTube lurk. Yeah, so if you're viewing this in the future, leave a comment down below. Do you maintain your printer? Do you actually disassemble it, clean it up, besides just dust, you know, relubing it, etc., realigning stuff? It's good to do once in a while. You'd be surprised. Yeah, for Voron, probably the best time to do this stuff is when there's a new revision. So reprint all the major parts and reassemble them. Polymaker is releasing, or maybe if you're watching this in the future, has released Galaxy, ABS, and ASA colors. So make sure to check that out. I think a link might be in the video description for Polymaker. It must be. I'm excited for those. I was hoping for this printer I'd have it, but even delaying this months, it still is not here yet. But that's okay. We'll have the Death Racer built in one of the galaxies, probably the blue. All right. The carriages are designed to slide along the rail easily. Yep. So what does this want us to do? Like, how are we installing this? Because it says to put in the extrusions and then put the rails again. Like, that's... Is that how you do it? Oh, I guess these are press-in. Yeah, this should probably work, right? If we put the nuts in and then... I guess that's how you have to do it, is it? Yeah, that's how you have to do it. Huh. Okay. So let me get this arranged. I'll move these LDO motors out of the way. I got speedy powers for my y-axis. Yes, it's overkill. But they work well. We'll have a fast C. So we're going to start with the back side, which is this one right here. And I'll see how this looks. And why don't I find them while I'm at it? So T-nut, these are for M5, which we're not using. We need this bag. Oh yes, this is a big bag. So this is part of the LDO fastener kit. This right here, T-nuts. I'm just gonna dump them in Steve's organizer. Is this guy right here, right in the middle. Just dump a handful. Because we will be using them. And also, we're going to need feet inserts, so I might as well dump some of those out. Have the soldering iron ready to do heat inserts. And for reference, this build does take quite a while. It's going to take longer streaming it. And as I get more parts assembled, I'll do a lot off stream. Like, I'll show you one of the axes, but then do the other one off stream, just to get it all sped up and get the print done, or the printer done. I know people have done these builds, you know, Steve, Nero, you can reference those. And I have a lot of other fun printers that I'm sure you want to see. There's some special ones coming, so make sure to subscribe. Where do you ship from West3D? What do you mean by that question? Rook 235. All-wheel drive? Do you want all-wheel drive too? We'll do some fun stuff in the future. So it seems like we're going to start here. So according to the manual, which I don't have. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to insert the nuts into here. I don't know if it matters which way. This one has the hole facing down. So these are different than your traditional hammer nuts. They're like spring-loaded press-in nuts. I had a little bit of trouble installing them on this, so we'll see how well they go. And I guess we're eyeballing, because you can't install them first, because they go in sideways. You slide them in like so, and you have to press them in. So I'm going to take my hex and hold it where I kind of want it, like this. I'm just going off of a rough estimation of where it goes. You can slide them around after. And then I am going to press the other side in, maybe. I haven't really used these much, so don't know how they work. But they should be kind of centered, like that. There we go. That's how they go in, and they can slide up and down with a lot of, not a lot of friction, but a little bit of friction, enough to hold it in place. Ah, yes, yeah, West3D is in Oregon, very close to Washington. So northern Oregon. Yeah, we're gonna have to eyeball this. I don't know if I like this versus hammer nuts. I find hammer nuts to be easy enough. Because you install them all first, and then you just slide the whole thing on and tighten them. And you can feel if they're tight or not. But I guess this gives you a little more security. Maybe it holds them better. I don't know. Thankfully, sighting on a 300th cube trident. These aren't too bad. It's gonna take a while. This is something I do off stream. I should have like had it all prepped too, but I guess ask me questions while I do this. I'll angle it a little bit more like this. Ugh, wrong extrusion. I'm also at the same time trying not to scratch the extrusions because I don't want to scratch them. These are end of life. End of life. No more green. At least at the time of this video. LDO has stopped production on the green frames. So, sad. I'd love to get a trident frame. And you can buy these extrusions and cut them up too, if you really want to, but hello, Maker Viking. Ender wire when? I don't know. I don't think I would go for an ender wire. I would want an actual switch wire if I'm gonna do a Core XZ printer. After, you know, if I'm just reusing the frame on the ender, I'm just gonna want to buy a frame. Like West3D sells switch wire frames. I just buy a frame. It's a lot more fun too to have a custom extrusion, and you can do the panel. It's like so many advantages. You can do the panels right away. We'll do the open head for these. These are not quite line. Oh wow, these are not the most ideal. Hello, Incendium. Welcome in. What tool head and hot end are you going to use? Perfect. So my original idea was to use a Rapido and orbiter, LDO orbiter. That was the original goal. But I also wanted to use the Heart K toolhead PCB. And it turns out, at least when I was researching, you can't use an orbiter and that 2-part PCB. That was kind of important to me, being able to remove the front of the stealth burner and access it, because we want to do lights and all that stuff. So we're going to have issues. We're going to want to remove it. So in that case, I'm still going with Rapido. I'm still going with the stealth burner, but we're going to use a Clockwork 2 to start, and we'll go from there. I'm using West3D's very awesome Berserker. I think they're Berserker cables. So they're it's a crimped, pre-terminated cable set, which is right over here. Using PCB clicky and a sex bolt on this too. But we have this. This is the Glyphner. What, Maker Viking? How do you pronounce this? Please help me. If anyone check can pronounce it, it's you. I'm not good with any pronunciations, but this is a really good, very, very high quality drag chain rated cable. That is far better than any of the cables that I've used. Silicone, oh boy. Once you use a proper cable and a drag chain, you don't go back. Are those the LDO roll-in nuts? Yes, this is the LDO fastener kit. So that was sent over by LDO. And they seem to work fine. And I'm getting the hang of it. It just takes a bit of practice. I've never used these, so yeah. So yeah, Rapido, standard flow with a Clockwork 2 to start. And I'm using the Triangle Lab RNC coated gears for hopefully the best possible performance. Now, if you've seen anything from Mirage C, he's been working with Bondtech to redevelop the BMG gears. So if by some chance those are available for Clockwork, like the Clockwork config, and in stock in time, I could use those. And if it's compatible. CNA rails are pretty good. Oh yes, they are. And I was going to use the CNA rails in this printer, but they just launched at the time that I was planning this. The Berserker rails. So, give them a shot. So how do you pronounce this? Gleifnir? Probably terrible pronunciation. Open one. The binding that holds the mighty wolf and we're... Oh, interesting. I don't know anything. Help. How many more of these do I need? What does the manual say? It's gonna vary, right? So let's see. We need 1, 2. This one needs to go up. We're just kind of eyeballing it right here and seeing roughly where they go, and we're pre-lining them up. Oh yeah, that one's go up quite a bit. So every other are fine for linear rails. So this is about the correct spacing. So it wants one on the bottom. This one's gonna go up. It's gonna be very interesting to get assembled. I wonder if there's some type of printed thing where you can just like slot it in and it lines them all up. I'm sure something like that's been developed, or a spacer or something. Maybe it even came with the printer, but I did not see any. Maybe I have too many of these. If I have too many, I might. Just kind of went crazy installing them. You're a fan of PCB clicky? Awesome. Yeah, I figured I'd use that because I wanted to do clicky. I wanted to do a clicky that already had a printer kind of config for it. I was going to put it on the simple core, but I'd have to make custom mounts and custom stuff. And for the complexity that realistically clicky is, I avoided using it. And it looks like I'm going to take out just one of these. So I take it out. You need to roll it out, maybe? I have no idea, to be honest. Like, press it towards one side. Maybe get a... There we go. Press it towards one side and it just kind of comes out. Not bad. You don't really know the Old Norse? You do? I don't? I'm gonna have to know. Make metal nut bars on the rails. Yes, they do. But those are actually necessary. Let's just see how close we are. And then just finagle them in place. Let's see. So there, go up a little bit in this one. That a bit. Up a bit. This is not the most ideal thing. So some type of jig to just throw in there would make my life 10 times easier. But yeah, once you do it, it's done. It's part of the build, right? You don't want to just fly through this. You want to enjoy the build, and this really isn't that bad of a step. It's kind of satisfying to get these all aligned. Like, look at this. We got them all in, and they're all kind of lined up. So, next, we install them. Okay, so not many instructions on how to actually install them. So these are your instructions. Listen closely. Step 1, I'm going to use a little spacer. I'm going to use a consistent one. So this is that little swatch sample, which is probably around 3 millimeters. I'm going to put it at the bottom, just like that. Step 2, I'm going to find all of the nuts I need, or sorry, these screws I need. So for linear rails, you need M3 by 8. M3x8, and you're gonna need a lot of them. That's probably your most common used size when you're working on printers because the rails take up so many screws. So I should have a giant pack of them in here. I sure do. 225 pieces. Oof. Hello, printer. How are you? You can dump a bunch of these into Steve's tray. And yeah, so definitely have your screws, have everything ready to go, including your screwdriver, because you don't want to just stop partially the way through. Printing on your Micron. Oh, nice. That is epic. Wow, I completely messed this up too. I started way too high, so I guess we don't need this yet. We're just gonna slide the whole thing down, maybe, hopefully. Yeah. So I'm gonna screw this in a bit. So screw this in just enough to grab it, because you're gonna want to have some wiggle room to get everything aligned. And I'm gonna put the top one in up here. So I'm gonna do this top one to get it held in place. Just a little bit. So it's still pretty loose, not tight at all. Rotate the printer. I can get away with doing this, that's fine. Putting it on its face isn't gonna help me in this case. In fact, it's easier to work like this than straight down, because you can press the screws in. Otherwise, you're kind of holding them as you horizontally go down. So, all right, so that's in. You might have to finagle them a little bit. And you should be able to see, just by looking through, if it's aligned or not. But I'd love to get a little mini Voron. You know, the big printers are nice, but you only need so many big printers. And 300 is quite big. The simple core is technically a 350. It's a 330 usable with the EVA and the ducting, etc. So I can make it 350, but I'm getting around 330 with my configuration. And that's as big as you will typically need for a printer. 300, in my opinion, is perfect. 300 cubed for the Trident is amazing. Like, that's a really good printer, and that's what I typically recommend for beginners, is get the Trident, LDO Trident 300 cubed. That's a kit that I would build. I'd love one to have a Trident, an actual Trident with a fun colored frame. Maybe a gray frame so we could do fun colors. Instead of doing a fun colored frame and then plain colors. But you can go crazy. Hey Nathan, welcome on in. Okay, so those are all on there. Pretty simple. I kind of self-align them. Do a salad fork. Yeah, is it Micron? I want to do what Steve's building. Is that Micron? It's a 180. All right. So very carefully press down on the top of this. I'm just using my thumb. And let's press it right up against the spacer. I want to get them roughly the same so they look good. But it's still loose. There's still a lot of play. But we slid it all down. And then next, you have printed these ahead of time. Mine had a little bit of elephant's foot, which is great because it's got to help center it even more. Put one at the bottom. Right in here. And then one at the top. Very top. And when you screw in rails, oh yeah, that's nice. Perfect. You always start from the middle. Always start from the middle. Because you want to create one point of reference and then work your way outside. If you start on both sides, if it's not perfectly straight, there's a chance that you could install it in a way that it's kind of slightly bound. I don't know. I don't know if it's really necessary, but I always have learned to start from one of the middle sections. And something you can do is when you're doing this middle one, move your spacers in. So the middle is more straight. I don't know. What do you think about that? So get it in, and then get it nice and tight. Just hand torqued with a wrench is plenty. I don't know if they... No, I don't think these are going to require Loctite, right? Because they're stationary. I think the stuff that moves requires a little bit of Loctite. I've never used Loctite in anything, so this is the first time I'll ever need to use it. So I did that first one, and then let's do this lower one. A little bit, just hand tight, and then this top one, and alternate. I mean, now that they're in, you technically don't need the alignment tool, because hypothetically that's all you need, but I'm just gonna put them down here anyway. Then go down to the bottom. This, just hand tight, and then this one. And this one. Oh wow, these nuts are super nice. Okay, I take everything back. I want these in all my printers now. Wow, is that ever nice. Installing T-nuts can be a pain, especially trying to like rotate them back and forth to get them perfectly aligned. Like, it can be a huge pain. All right, most of them are in. You don't need those anymore. That's already there. Let's do this bottom one. And then top. If you don't tighten every single one of these, at least this tight, they will rattle, and you'll have no idea where the rattling is coming from. But I guess with these, they probably wouldn't rattle because the nuts themselves are kind of installed. Put the stopper in. Yeah, so these are West3D's Berserker rails. They have plenty of preload. Plenty. Like, they drop a little bit, and then they stop. If your rail falls, you need a higher preload rail. I'm assuming T-nuts work amazing. This pricey. Yep. I'd rather, to be completely honest, I'd rather put all the nuts on first and slide the rail in. That's what I've always done. That's what works for me, but this isn't bad. Just takes a little bit of extra time. Do it, you'll flip the printer later. That's fair. So you're saying the gantry will slide out if we don't? That's not a bad idea. Because we'll never need to slide it all the way to the top, so we can just put one on there. There you go. How's that? So with nothing on it, it's fine not to, but yeah, as soon as you have stuff on it, it's going to weigh it down, and then it will slide, for sure. Good call. You only ever Loctite blind joints on the frame, and the pulley set screws, nothing else. Yeah, set screws, that's probably what we're going to need to use Loctite on. That's probably something I guess I should be using. And I just got some. I just got some. I think it's over here. Let me grab it before I forget. And if I'm missing a step or if I'm doing something clearly incorrect, remember, this is my first Voron. This is the first time I built a printer with a guide. I've just kind of built printers. And they are built different. They are built different. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. But I built enough printers, not knowing what I'm doing, to kind of have an idea of what I'm doing now. So, yay. Ooh, where is that Loctite? I feel like it's around here somewhere. I guess we'll get to that when we get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. Okay. Loctite sticks are the way to go, like a glue stick. I'm not sure what I got. I just ordered red or whatever color Loctite that it recommended. I just ordered it. I thought it was around here somewhere too. Oh well. So that's one. We're gonna do this 4 times. And this is something that I would do like off stream. If I was running out of time, just like do the rest off stream and just do this one axis, but we'll do them all now. So let's do this far one on that side. this tray closer as well, and I'll go for the overhead. You don't necessarily need to see it. Not going to put that on the rail because it falls. I'll slide right under. I'll put it up to the back. There we go. I'll do the same method using my little hex key. Which way was it? Oh, okay, interesting. So halfway through, they flip the orientation from going in this direction to that direction. I don't think it matters, to be honest. It probably doesn't. I'm just going to put them all the same way. And I use the smaller ones? Yeah, I use the smaller one, the 2 mil. All right, so get that in. 1. Isn't red Loctite high temp? One of them is permanent. And that's something you generally don't want with a 3D printer. You never want to make a permanent connection. That's kind of the whole point of these systems, is that they're not permanent and that you can modify, you can repair, replace. Bamboo, for instance, they have a solid frame, which is great for stability, but that means that you're stuck with that. Like, you can't really do anything to it. So there are some cases where you might want to use stuff that removes and is not permanent. But definitely the set screws, all that stuff, you're gonna need to be able to access them, unlike some other printers. So the only issue that I'm having with these is kind of like getting them centered. It seems like you gotta get them just right. But there's a little ball bearing with a spring that's preloaded. And once it gets installed, it rides on that middle channel. I don't know if... Yeah, so this is an LDO specific thing. LDO extrusions have a... Maybe you can see in the overhead. Not really. But they have a middle kind of slot that goes down the whole thing. And that's where those ball bearings line up in. So probably don't expect to use these specific nuts for a regular printer. I wouldn't be able to... Oh, can I use them in simple core? Let's see. Oh yeah, they do work. They actually work better for some reason. Those are the Zaltech extrusions. They kind of just slot in. These ones I feel are a little tighter. Maybe it's because of that slot and it gives it a better tension. I don't know. But they do work on the Zaltech extrusions. I ordered a bunch of Zaltech extrusions for an upcoming project, an upcoming build that I'm very excited to do. And spoiler alert, it's gonna be kind of a bamboo, but not. So it's a P1P, but not. And that's actually the Bugaboo printer that's available on Printables. I'm on the, I guess, sort of on the design team for that. Not really, I'm just on the testing team at this point. So I'll be building that as soon as I get the belts in. They take special belts. All right, so get these all so they're in correctly. It's interesting that they work so well on the other extrusions, but these ones are a little more finicky. The width of these slot openings is slightly smaller LDO. Yeah, they're smaller, and that probably gives you better contact area with the rails. In fact, yeah, that's probably the issue, which is fine. They work. Red requires a lot of heat. Okay, so the red Loctite requires a ton of heat. You printed the same parts tray in yellow? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's good. My parts tray, which is the Outrun style, it's great for a lot of little things, but for a lot of big things, there's nothing better than this tray. Powder, oh, there's powder coating too. It's a little thicker powder coating. Okay, I can see that. Okay, so I think we have all these installed. Now let's line them up. We're gonna take one of our rails and look at it from the side. and make sure they are lined up. I might need one more. So approximately lined up. Every other is plenty sufficient. Plenty sufficient for the, at least the Y. And if you're using tap, because it puts so much stress on your gantry, it's recommended to use every single slot. And the thing about rails is that you don't want to over-constrain them. That's why we are doing it every other, because we don't want them, you know, we don't want it to be like this in terms of the aluminum extrusions are extrusions. They're not square, they're not precise. We don't want to really reference them. So if you have very, very bad extrusions, you might run into issues with rails. And I guess that's why, or at least one of the reasons why you might want to install every other. Some printers, I think the King runes only do 3 screws. It's like outside and then middle. One more at the top. Okay. It's easier to put them in and take them out. And they're all just facing the same direction. So they look better. No other reason. Eyeball that. Looks good to me. Perfect. Love the green. Yeah, everyone's complimenting this green. LDO was going to send over a frame kit, because these are LDO frames, but I wanted the green, or, well, this is a West3D themed build, for better or for worse. Well, for better. So the green made sense. It made sense to use like kind of like their color, and it looks so good. It is phenomenal. So I strongly recommend checking out West3D just to get this color frame. The purple is nice too. But not purple and green, don't do that. Okay, so I'm lightly screwing in, again, this thing so it stays in place, and it has a little bit of wiggle room to get these screws in. If you're wondering what driver I'm using, these are the Wera drivers. I like them. They're a little bit pricey for what they are, but I build so many printers and I work with so many of these screws that it is worth my time, definitely. Versus using, I don't know, especially a hex key. No, if you want to do anything productive, you're not going to be using hex keys for these. You're going to want a dedicated driver, especially if you're building a Voron. Get yourself, I have to realign this one slightly. Get yourself a nice set. I just finished my trio. So this is 3, size 3, 2, and then, sorry, 2.5 and 2. Those are the 3 most common. I just got the 3. And then, this is from another kit, but this is a 1.5. It's kind of just my bulk combo kit for small drivers, like precision drivers. And that is very useful as well. Not high forces in reality. Meh. It's still, if you're referencing the extrusion, you want it to be as firm as possible. Do you miss the zombie rage stream? I was thinking about that. What do you guys want to rage about? We got close. We got close. Not really. Not even remotely close. I don't know. I'm not really angry at anything. What should I be angry about? How they're getting rid of these colors? Like, look how amazing this color is. Let's petition LDO to bring back green. Just green. I think the reasoning, though, is most people want to do really fun colors of ASA for their build. And there's not a lot that really, like, if you're thinking about color schemes, goes great with green. There's some colors like blue blue, purple, like this over here, that looks good, but you have to really like that. So I can see why they got rid of them. And for my next one, I'll probably go with a space gray. I like that color. That with some nice bright Polymaker ASA Galaxy. Pet G. Get out of here. Yeah, that's true. I will be doing a unboxing on this channel when I get my bamboo in, and we're gonna set it up live. Okay, I think I tightened one of these too much because it's not sliding. Now, we could talk about bamboo for a little bit, since that seems to be the popular topic nowadays. Bamboo printers, I think they're pretty decent. There's nothing okay, the fact that there's nothing else in the market that really beats it price to price. That's where I'm aiming at right here. There's nothing really on the market for the price that's enclosed that can print ABS. There's a lot of printers for that price, but printing ABS is going to require you to build an enclosure, have a bigger printer, etc. You could do stuff like an Ender 5 and buy enclosure kits, like pretty popular printers. But in terms of just out-of-the-box performance, or hypothetically, if everything works correctly, good out-of-the-box performance, it's nothing else. Yet. Okay, and for reference, I'm putting on these kind of in the middle, and I'm starting with the inside screw, and then I'm doing every other, working my way out. When I saw bamboo, there was one main feature that really sold it. Not the speed. I'm not going to be printing mine at max speed all the time. We're going to test it, but I'm not going to be running that at max speed. I don't print at max speed. I print for quality. I was interested in the AMS. Their implementation of the AMS is the best that I've seen, because it auto loads the spool for you. You put it in and it just loads. And every single filament has its own loading servo and unloading servo. So the fact that it automatically winds it for you, oh, that is like a killer feature. Even with my rep winders, I was running into some issues with rewinding, because if you don't get the tension right on the rewinders, then it doesn't rewind properly. And that is my biggest failure point of MMU prints, has been filament not loading correctly because it wasn't wound back on the spool. That's what I'm most excited for, is the auto winding. Filament changes are my least favorite thing. So having the ability to just put in 4 colors and then be able to select a color, I love that. Plus, it seems like the way that they purge, the fact that they're cutting filament, it's more consistent. It's overall a good system. Now, the actual product, they have had faults. They seem to be slowly responding to them, and we'll see maybe a lot of improvements on their next printer. And as a hobbyist, as a tinkerer, I accept those. I accept that for what they are, because I am willing to fix issues. I'm willing to spend a little more time finessing my printers. Remember, I build printers as much as possible. And when I buy printers, I mod them. So it's not like I'm just going to use this out of the box. I'm going to tinker with it. It's going to happen. It's probably a pain, expensive to do all the colors of these extrusions. Yeah, it is. And you have to stock them all. Tree. What tree? Well, Grant is just a little hard on it. Yeah, I mean, definitely, but he's had a bad experience, and that's his experience. As someone who has had a lot of printers, having a printer just not work is frustrating. For something that doesn't require you to build it, there's nothing in that price range with the especially with the AMS, right? Hey, X, how do you pronounce your name? But welcome on in. Thank you for catching me live. You get why Grant is upset. He got a dud the first time the replacement had issued in the first print. So, if you look up 3D Musketeers, Grant just did an unboxing of his replacement bamboo. He did a print. I wasn't there for it. Seemed like it was fine. But the second print, when he went to do something, it didn't... Maybe he swapped filaments? It was clogged. So he was pressing load, and it wasn't purging. But what was confusing was that he was able to do a manual purge, just by pushing filament through. So usually when you have a clog, you can't just heat up the hot end and push filament through. So I'm guessing that, if anything, equivalent of having a bad macro. When I try to incorrectly load an ERCF, for example, by using one of their macros, it just doesn't work. It doesn't know what state it's in. So I'm guessing somehow he did a step that he wasn't necessarily supposed to in order. And I'm not blaming him, because if the printer allows you to, then that's on the printer. But that's what I'm guessing. It's just an incorrect step which caused a purging failure. And I hope he keeps it. I really do, because I'm not saying he needs it, but man, is there so much stuff that not a lot of other printers can do. And he can probably do it in other printers, but they're very expensive, and you don't want to just use your expensive printers for random stuff. You want to use them for business purposes. He prints on MakerDeck with a Prusa on purpose, because that's just his basic printer that he has a ton of, so it doesn't matter if one of them is occupied. Tuner printers won't print when we run on Magenta. Oh. I mean, yeah, if you run on McKellar, it'll stop printing. So if you're running a MMU print, that's funny. What I really want to see, and I think this could be a actual possibility, is a CMYK printer where it blends colors just like you're doing 2D printing to make the correct color. I could see that on FDM somehow, some way. It's going to be weird, it's going to be proprietary, but I think it'll happen one day. Or maybe it already exists. You have to replace the RGB filament cartridge. You run a bamboo hot on your 2.4. I'm tempted to get one, because people are buying them and putting them on. I think even there's one for the Rook at this point. It seems pretty decent. It's a shame that the whole assembly is the whole nozzle. Eh. I'm happy with the little... What are the hot ends I use? The little ceramic ones from Triangle. Hey, Golden, welcome on in. Nice to have you here. Seems like a more than average angry person to start with. Well, it lives in Florida, so. All right, I'm gonna get under here and make sure these are all aligned, and I'm missing one again. Always missing one. Just the one. It's a great cheap high flow alternative. What's the actual flow on those? I didn't think they were super high. Are they around 20 or so? 20 or so millimeters cubed? Or whatever that actually means. But it seems decent. I like rigid mounted hot ends. After experimenting a bit with the Rooks, Rohan specified Ender or CR10 style hot ends. That's because they're rigid mounted. And it makes so much sense to have everything rigid mounted. Not only does it provide better print quality because it's rigid mounted, but it's so much easier to install. Even with groove mounts, they're not the most rigid. And we need one more? Yeah, one more. This one. Again, so many of these. I guess we didn't actually have to have the panel today because we weren't going to get that far. $15 for a hardened 0.2 nozzle heater and thermistor. Oh yeah, it's, in my opinion, too cheap. I'll be honest. I think it's actually too cheap. Oh, one is backward. I put one backward. Ah, we need to fix it. It needs to be fixed. Okay. Let's see where we're at, if we're close enough. Hold this in place, and then again, line these up. Almost done. Is this something you guys enjoy watching on stream, or is this something I could have just done off stream? Or both? Sure, someone enjoys it and someone's like, okay, I'm just here to chat. That's fine. The Voron style 4-screw top mount. Yeah, that is rigid mounted. Anytime the heatsink is directly screwed in, rigid mounted. Collar mounted is not rigid. It just isn't. It's plenty fine. It's not like the end of the world, but it's just, you can't consider it rigid mounted because it's not. It's like friction mounted, something like that. Correct me, but it's just a much better system to have it screwed in. And in my opinion, the top down is kind of the best. So having your rail, I have a rail, having a rail like this, then have a bracket that comes off like straight and then screw up into there, I think that's probably the best in terms of rigidity, especially how Eva has it where they have a box around the whole thing. So it's just like, super rigid. Gotten 22 max, best quality is 18. Yeah, it's good, but remember a V6 can do around like 12. Bamboo hot is cheap. Yeah, you already said that. The OB1 is the only thing you have to solder extensions. What is that? With the Voron style 4-screw. Yeah, I already read that too. I'm skipping around. Yeah, Golden, how is the K3? Is that done? It's done, working great. You can do a follow-up video. Oh, cool. Yeah, that looks like a fun build. I'm currently planning, hopefully, on building Rolohan's Defiance, which is a cross-gantry printer. I'm really liking Rolohan's designs because the BOM costs are minimal, very minimal, and they're very customizable. When you build something like an NX or even a Voron, you're mostly building it stock, maybe a few minor mods here and there, but they're all the same printer. With Rolohans, you can build it, man, however the heck you want, whatever size, increments of like 1 millimeter. Yes, you can do that with Trident and 2.4, but it's just easier because they sell frames that are exactly the right size. They sell extrusions, well, same thing. Rails, everything's all the same exact size, or in increments. This one's going in pretty good. Everything's lined up. Once you start getting the gantry on, it's going to look a lot more printer-esque. K3 is pricey. Oh, yeah. You want to know a printer? Guess what printer I was going to build? I was 80% convinced that I was going to build this one printer. What was it? I saw it, I'm like, I gotta have this. This is like the best. And then I saw all the parts, and there's so many things I just didn't know, and everything was self-source. So I was very overwhelmed very quickly. And that would be Hevort. The Hevort printer. Incredible machine. I like how he decided to use ball screws for the Z-axis, and on top of that, cheap ones. I was going to do this one next. Doesn't really matter when you're this far in. You can just continue, but I'll just alternate. Yeah, the Hevort, such an awesome printer. And then the 410 caught my eye. It did. It caught my eye because for that size and that kind of build construction, that would be my ideal like big printer. So if I'm gonna go for a big printer, it's probably gonna be a Hevort 410 or whatever it ends up being. But that printer is still being kind of worked on, and I wouldn't suggest building one quite yet, unless you plan on. If you have money, it's no object. But personally, I couldn't even consider. Oh, I did this wrong. Shoot. I didn't put the thing down here. Well, let's undo this real quick. Forgot to slide it down. Oh, that's quick. Yeah, Hevort looks pretty cool. Any other printers I'm interested? Oh, VZBot. Yeah, I definitely would be interested. All the main printers I'd be interested in. I'd probably rather do a VZBot over a rat rig. I don't know. Probably do VZBot. At some point, though, look, let's face it. I don't need any more printers. I just don't. I can't justify getting a really expensive printer besides to have fun and besides to make content with. Just can't. So as much as I want one, we'll have to wait a bit. Maybe get some sponsors or something. Why is this not sliding down? All right, there we go. One of the actual sliding nut things is jammed, I think. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. I don't want to tap this. That rig is a chunk. Yeah, pretty massive. Hope they go for ASA eventually. Oh, there we go. That makes way more sense than what they're currently doing. I still don't really understand the whole PETG part thing. If someone can explain that, go for it. I don't have one. I don't know how they hold up. Maybe it's perfectly fine. But in terms of everything I've heard, PETG is one of the worst materials to use for your printer. Like, at least AB or PLA is rigid. I'm sorry, Chewy. I know you like your PETG, but being practically speaking, it seems like there are better materials such as ASA. I think ASA is one of the best materials to print your printer in. It's temperature resistant. They come in fun colors. It's pretty easy to print, all things considered. I don't know. For a non-enclosed printer, would you go with PLA over like PETG? Like, they both have creeping issues, don't they? Yeah, temperature resistance is the only thing it has on PLA. Impact resistance, they're both about the same. If you get one of Polymaker's PLA Pro, Polymax, same-ish performance. With asterisks, of course. Not saying to run out and replace all your PETG parts with PLA, but performance-wise, they're probably comparable. And if you don't need the flexibility that PETG offers, I would just go for PLA. It's one of the better prototyping materials. There we go. In my opinion. I can have an opinion, right? PETG is much cheaper and easier to print with. Open air. Yeah. It's not that much cheaper than like even like ABS if you consider that. But yeah, cheaper, sure. But is it worth it though? Is it worth having a suboptimal component in your printer? Like, I'm building a Voron because I want all the components to be above optimal, not suboptimal. Over-engineered, just how I like my stuff. 2/3 of ASA. Yeah. Yeah, but is it worth it? Like, is the total cost, how much you're sinking into it, worth it? And if you didn't see, I watched on my... I do Twitch streams mostly. For the non-like printer builds and non-specific stuff, I just stream on Twitch. So Variety Streaming is over on Twitch. Link in the video description. Make sure to check it out. I am Zombie Hedgehog. I stream on here as Hedgehog Makes because I want to make more than just 3D print. But RatRig just announced that they are doing enclosures finally. But they're enclosures for their V-Minion. And yes, I know it's people that have a V-Minion and love them. I don't know. I'm guessing that they're using them to farm their new ASA parts for their printers, for their RatRig printers. I'm guessing that's what it's for. And they're releasing them as kits. It's kind of neat. You can stack them. But it's too small. For an enclosure, it's just... a 180 bed slinger. I would rather just build a enclosed big printer. Probably. I want to take around the black box. What is that? You guys talking about running stuff to run Clipper, I'm guessing? Okay, let's get these aligned. Every other. I think I missed another one again. Wow, how many did I miss this time? I overestimate the spacing by a lot. Wow, we're like missing 2? One, just one. It goes down. Just missing 1. Not bad. Our best new top score, only missing 1. Oh, it's a Core X Spline, sports up to 5 tool heads. Okay, so it's a tool changer. Nice. We're definitely going to see Prusa kind of... I feel like they're going to convince a lot of people that tool changer is the new meta. And in terms of like AMS versus tool changer, sure, you can get more colors out of an AMS. But can you imagine a tool changer with an AMS? With a MMU? With a good MMU? That is going to be the future because you're not limited to one material. You can use support filaments and still have a wide range. You can have a color purge and poop while you're printing. Just with tool heads, that's all you need is 2. 2 tool heads. Even IDEX. IDEX can do that. Technically speaking. So I'd love to see more improvements on that and more designs. So Prusa coming out with their XL is going to maybe open up the minds of some instead of just iterating on the same bed slingers over and over and over and over again. Sobel, I'm glad you brought out the SV06 Plus. I'm gonna be very happy to get it when it comes in. But it's another bed slinger. It's probably one of the better bed slingers you can get, especially for the price, like the design of it. But that's it. There's not much else you can go. You can either get very expensive and go for something like the one that's built in Colorado. Wuxin? I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly, but the one that's in Colorado. The expensive bed slinger with linear rails. Like, that looks fine and all, but it's just an expensive printer. An expensive bed slinger. And for the same price, there's... I'm not going to say no downsides to Core XY, but for that size, I think Core XY makes a lot more sense than a bed slinger. Especially the space it takes up. It takes up more cubic volume, but it doesn't move, which is nice. Dual AMS with tools you do fancy, right? You think your EVB 30, 36, both your 15, 15. Ooh. Dang. I'm gonna test my boards before I install anything on them. Like, I'm just gonna flash clipper and see if everything, like the sensors read correctly. I don't know, I'm just gonna test. But I've heard a lot of people complaining about the Big Tree Tech's can boards. I don't know. We have one. I have all the stuff for it. We'll try it out on Simple Core. Because I gotta get rid of that mess of cables. And the fact that it has an accelerometer built in, that's pretty nice. Plus a built-in temp sensor. Did you miss it? You done missed it. Sorry, it's over. gotta head out now. No, we're like barely getting started. This is gonna be a longer stream tonight. Because I have a lot of stuff I can do. Update the CAN bus firmware before you attach the heater. Ah, yep, okay. I can do that. Silva also has the lowest cost IDEX printer. I think it's down there. I think it's also V-Wheels. Yeah. Cruise XL is very tempting, but it's so physically large. Yes. For reference, this is like a 250 bed. I think it's going to be either this size or bigger. So it's a pretty big printer. It's definitely going to be bigger than this. It's big. It is massive. But the build volume is pretty good too. So 360 cubed, that's nice. This thing is only 330 cubed or so. 24-hour stream? Ah, go. It's going to go. Why not, right? The whole point of doing this live on YouTube is to document the process. I could just build this myself, but there's no point because I want to document the process. And the best way of doing that is streaming. Yay, streaming. All right, let's get this installed. And also, it's a little bit of a sanity check. I want to put some... Can we get a sanity check? Is there a sanity in chat? Probably not. Sad. No, but this is just a nice way to involve the community. You can tell me that I'm doing it wrong, and I might actually be doing it wrong, so thank you. I'm having fun. It's a fun build. If you're looking for a nice build, I don't recommend self-sourcing, like completely self-sourcing. If you want to do a self-source where you're picking all your components, West3D actually has a really good configurator tool where you can go in and select every single component, and it walks you through. It makes sure you have everything you need selected, and then they ship you your own personalized kit. It's not going to be as probably straightforward as like an LDO kit, but it's customized. It has exactly what you want. Maybe you want a different board. Maybe you want a different hot end, different extruder, etc. The LDO kits are nice, but maybe it's not exactly what you wanted. And that's where you want to go and get the West3D self-source configurator. I helped a couple people walk through and build their own, and they were very, very happy. And if you have any issues, West3D just takes care of you. If it's a missing part, or if maybe something is slightly incompatible, they'll fix it for you. So no worries. Want to take Voron build? Oh geez. Laser head. Laser head for like a tool changer. Not if it's not enclosed with the proper panels, which a lot of them aren't going to be. Remember, kids, lasers are not toys, and they should not be treated lightly. All right. So let's just take a quick look. So we have this sliding pretty well. That's sliding well. That's sliding well. And that's sliding well. So all of them are sliding by themselves without any binding. That's good. Very good. Are they perfectly aligned? Maybe, maybe not. I squared up the frame pretty well. I did use the included centering tools, so they're probably close enough. We'll see. What's next? Oh, we got those installed. Let's go back to the manual. We left a little bit of gap. Yeah, put your caps on. Ship it. Install remaining rails, we did that. Flip printer upside down. This is the part we have to skip. So this was my fault. I forgot to order these parts. Self-sourcing. You might just miss one of the critical components. And it should have been here today, but we've had snowstorms, so it was delayed. Lasers are toxic. Lasers actually are toxic, yes. If you laser engrave the wrong material, it is very toxic. So not only can lasers blind you, but they're toxic. Yay. Properly enclosed, properly vented, perfectly fine. The carriage page, this thing. It's great. Do not attempt. Okay. So we're gonna skip this for now. And we're probably gonna go right into the heat sets, which I've just had my soldering iron running for however long now. We're skipping this. The reason why this has to go in first is because when you install your Z-axis, you're running the belt through the panel. So you can't just add it in the future. At least not with these panels, you can't. Yes, if you want a good video on lasers, definitely check out Maker's Muse. He has a couple of safety videos that are very well done. Okay, heat sets. Perfect. So, right here, I have a bunch of parts, and they all need heat sets, so we're going to be doing that for a while. Heat set time. Not pizza time. Heat set time. I realize I sound very similar. I'll probably have water break time. There we go. All right. Let's see. Make sure everything's still running smooth. Looks like it. Awesome. Epic. Are you guys excited to see this final build? It's gonna look so good. Now, note that I might have got some of the accent colors wrong. I think do I have the file open? Oh, do I dare launch Fusion? I don't know if I dare launch Fusion. Filament and color. So the color scheme is going to be dark gray, Polymaker ABS, and regular gray, Polymaker ABS. I think Steve has done a build like this, but this is the gray color. Combined with that and the green, it's going to look pretty good. It's very, very neutral. And I like that in a printer where I'm going to be strictly recording with video a lot of for MakerDeck. So if you want to see this on MakerDeck, definitely join and keep an eye out because I'll be printing that. The fact that the model is fixed, I can do really good time lapses with a stationary camera. There's so many things I can do. It's going to be great. But having the plain colors makes whatever you're printing pop out. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, Liz. Awesome. Yeah, MakerDeck is essentially community run. It really is. The community helps drive what you do, and it's just been a great environment. I love it. There's no right or wrong color. Nope. Nope, not at all. Just color schemes. There's good color schemes, and there are less fortunate color schemes. So heat sets. So these are large holes, and these are small holes. The small holes do not get heat sets. The large holes get heat sets. Okay? Okay. So do a heat set. I don't have a fancy press. I don't, but I have my methods, and I generally just kind of eyeball it. So on my soldering iron, I have just a random heat set in there to stop it from going all the way and keep it kind of straight. I'll take this, I'll put it on like that, just like that, and then I will hold it up to the part without flipping it upside down because it's going to fall out, and then press it in. Ooh, those are big holes. Is that correct? Do I have the right heat sets? Oh, wow. Those holes are huge. Is that correct? The part does look correct. Maybe not. Maybe these aren't heat sets. Maybe I lied. That looks like a screw hole, actually. I lied. I'm looking at the screen. I might have the wrong part. Let's see. So it's not that one. Which one is it then? Oh, it's this little one. Okay, I messed up. I was gonna say, those don't look like heat sets now that I'm looking at it. The side ones are. The side ones are, not these. Okay. So this one is getting it. And here, let's just do it like this. Jeez. Because it should kind of go in like this and sit very well. There you go. So once it's in, I then take it, and I like to look at it. And I will press it in, not really forcing it, but wait until it's kind of flush. Then I'll flip it upside down and put it on my desk. I don't recommend doing this on any desk, but this is a specialty laminate top that is like wear resistant. So kind of leave it sticking out a little bit, and while it's still hot, press it. And that'll get very, very flush, nice and flat. And then repeat 2,000 times. The side ones aren't either. Oh, there they aren't. Okay. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Look at the manual. And actually look at the manual. But you'll know pretty quickly if they're supposed to be. So I'm putting it like that. And then finish pressing it in. And then visually observe. I like to run my finger off. These are hot, so be careful. But just give it a quick rub. And see if it's in all the way. What's the white mark on the bottom of the parts? Could be glue stick. Probably glue stick? Remnants of glue stick? Probably put a little bit of isopropyl and clean that off. These are also like off the printer and into the box. I haven't done anything to these parts. So I'm leaving like a little bit sticking out and then pressing it in on the desk, and that seems to be working very well, actually. It's perfect. And I don't think these have to be super precise either. They don't have to go in perfectly straight, but it helps when you're trying to align everything. Outside switch wire is 520 by 360. Oof. Yeah, that's the size of my big printer over there. It's huge, and that's why I don't love enclosed bed slingers. Now, I am designing a printer called the Z Cubed. It's just a concept printer, but it's a hybrid Core XZ. It uses a fixed motor for the Z and uses all remote belts to drive the X-axis. Why? Because I can. And that enclosed is Big. It's very big. It's like the size of this printer. Have you not burned your fingers? I'm not like holding it against them. Just like rubbing it across just to feel the flatness. Like I'm not pressing down on them, I'm just kind of like going over the surface. But yeah, be careful, these are hot. And when you're doing heat sets, you don't want the temperature to be too hot. You want it to be just hot enough to get a good melt, but not hot enough to make a puddle of ABS or PLA, whatever you're using. So this is probably actually a bit too hot. But all I'm doing is rubbing my finger to make sure it's pressed in all the way. Kind of a pain for these because it hurts to press. It's all sharp. Oh, the soldering iron. Ah, it's yeah. I'm being very. I put in a lot of heat sets. It's engraved. It's muscle memory, which is not a good idea when you're working on hot things. But a very brief touch on something hot is not gonna be the end of the world. It's when you have prolonged exposure. Kind of the whole thing with hot water, how every 5 degrees Fahrenheit over 120 gets exponentially worse. Same concept. Yeah, see, I was just pressing on one of those heat sets and it was a little hot. I don't know, maybe I'm desensitized a little bit. But yeah, I've still burnt myself on these. They're not fun. Like, yeah, I grabbed the whole soldering iron by the shaft and I don't recommend it. Alright. Looks pretty good to me. 2. I'm just gonna do all the similar ones at the same time. So there are 4 motors. Get it out of the way. 4 motors for the Z-axis. 4. If you've never seen a Voron 2.4, the bed is stationary. So the bed mounts to these extrusions. The bed never moves. And the whole entire gantry moves up on 4 linear rails. It's a really cool design. I still think that the Trident design, like what I have behind me, is probably a bit better for speed, but that's because the gantry is rigid mounted. With the 2.4, your gantry is a lower center of gravity. So, I don't know. Maybe 2.4 is a faster printer because the center of gravity is lower, so you can go faster without experiencing major vibrations. I'm kind of having second thoughts on my Simple Core 200 build because it's the same height as the one behind me, but a lot skinnier. So I'm worried that with fast acceleration, it might not be the best idea with a high center of gravity. Maybe we'll just like put some concrete at the bottom, attach it to concrete. Who knows? Once you get going, this is pretty nice actually. With the amount of heat sets you've used, surprised you haven't printed a press for it. I don't find it necessary. Like, this is fine. This is actually probably quicker. Because with the press, then you have to set the press. Like, I am a press. Like, I'm holding it. And I'm putting it in straight. And I'm pressing it. You can't do that with a press. So in terms of time, and maybe even accuracy, I could do it just as well by hand. And this is a new method I adopted. I don't know who showed me it, but pressing it against the table. Again, make sure if you're pressing against a surface that your surface can take the abuse. But they look fun, and it'd be interesting to print, but for the amount of heat sets I do, sideways, and especially how non-flat some of them are, like these all kind of rest on a different face and opposing face. If you have a random heat set like on the side, it's just easier to do it by hand, I'll be honest. So I just hold the soldering iron and I press the part against it because you get more control over it that way. I'm pressing my hand on heat sets. That is pretty hot. There we go. That's all of those done. Easy peasy. Now we have one more in each of them. So this one does get one, according to the manual. You can generally tell if it gets a heat set if it doesn't continue all the way through. That being said, some of these do continue all the way through, so I don't know. If it's like this, it's probably a heat set. That's a typical heat set. You can lower temperature and go slow. Yeah, you can do that. And in fact, I'm going to decrease temperature a little bit on these because they're sliding a bit too fast. And you can see what a good heat set looks like. So these are pretty good if they'll focus. Let's switch the overhead real quick. So this is probably what it should look like. Will that focus? Oh my god. I can't wait to look at my DSLR. Not a DSLR. I have a Canon M200 coming in, and I cannot wait, because this is the bane of my existence. Focus you. Here we go. So some of them aren't perfect, and then some of them are better. So you should really have no gap in between the heat insert. They should be really like slowly melted. I could tell some of these aren't the best. That being said, they'll probably work fine. When you're torquing them, do the same thing as screwing into plastic. Don't over torque. Just torque enough. Torque enough. Otherwise, I think with any amount of heat inserts, you'll just loosen them. There's that part. Do one for this. If you guys question anything I'm doing, I'm open to suggestions. Again, I'm not an experienced Voron builder, so maybe something they have specifically is different. And also, before you actually use these parts, let them cool down. Because if you try screwing into a hot heat insert, it's just gonna rotate, right? But I'm liking this method. Mostly inserted, then pressing up against a good surface. If you're properly building one of these printers, there we go, I touched the tip too much. If you're properly building one, you'll probably have a granite slab or something flat and hard to work off of that you don't really care about. You can use that. That's probably the best. I think most people get better input shape results and higher accelerations with Trident, just because the rigid gantry. Right, exactly. So that's all fixed. That's really good for going high speeds. But again, there's trade-offs for both the Trident and 2.4. At the end of the day, it's pretty much a wash. All right, it looks like just these two for this part. I can see what you mean, like don't put them in there because those are pass-throughs. It'll clearly not fit. Luckily. The way the part is designed, the screw is going to be pulling the heat insert through the plastic. Right. That's how Rolohan designed the Rook. So the heat sets are on the bottom, and then the rail gets pulled through. Which is how they really should be. Unfortunately, that can't always be the case. Still a little bit too hot. Like these are kind of at the end, so just be careful with all of them. And no matter how you install them, they can still slide or rotate infinitely, so just be careful. Once you degrade one of these holds, it's kind of hard to recover. You have to really heat it up and let it melt in order to get more surface area. It's almost better to just reprint the part in a lot of cases. Hey, what do you think? I think this process seems pretty fast, pretty efficient. And I can just use the table to fully insert it, so I don't think a press is necessary. If you're doing 1,000 of these, oh, for sure. I would have a jig. But a jig is not needed for a one-off build. Let me know in the comments down below. Have you used a heat insert press? Have you used one? If so, what did you use? Did you buy a kit? Make it yourself? More. Flying through this. Yeah, this is going to be a long build. Like, I thought we were going to... I thought this was all going to be done by now. But no, this is going to take a while. I was planning on doing this before the stream, but I don't know. I felt like I wasn't going to have enough to do today. So, might as well stream it. And that was the case. So, yay! You can see bonus content. So, for future parts, I'm probably going to do the heat sets ahead of time, because this takes up a good amount of time. I think that's it. So we did the 4 right here. We did the 2, or sorry, the 1 on that side, and on these parts we did the 2. So I think we're good. You like the 2.4 Z drive assembly, elegant parts. They're what you use to tune your ender to get good dimensional accuracy. What do you mean by that? Okay, real talk. Does anyone know why Wham Bam charged arm and leg for print surfaces? Lower volume and like high quality components. Like I use filament. They're equally expensive and they're very high quality. So you get what you pay for. And West3D, I'm actually using the sheet for this build on this printer currently. It's their nice new black PEI. I cannot wait to put that on this printer. The black PEI with the gray parts and the green frame, it's gonna look beautiful. But yeah, Wham Bam, Filament, West3D's new sheets, Fabricos, they're all premium. They all work great. Better than Prusa? They're just different than Prusa. So better isn't, it's more of a relative term. Cool. Belt assembly. Oh boy. Let's put these parts aside for now. I'm not going to need these rail adapters. We get to go into the big box and pull out our amazing, epic Berserker motion kit. This has probably the most premium motion parts that you're going to find in any of these builds. So the 80 tooths, like these are just really good. They're really nice. So I'm actually going to need these. And I'll explain how the whole belt reduction works and why you need to use it. So stay tuned. But a quick word from our sponsor. Not sponsor. West3D. If you need to get any printer parts and they're in the US, West3D has a pretty big selection. They focused previously on Voron stuff, but the community has slowly kind of pushed them to carry some more parts. So now you can build a lot of stuff from their website. So make sure to check them out in the video description. And thank you to Polymaker for the filament for this project. To be fair, this is the only ABS I've used, but it prints very clean, very low VOC, meaning it doesn't smell, and the surface quality seems to be pretty good. So thank you to Polymaker. And LDO, huge shout out to LDO as well. They provided a lot of parts for this build, including the screw fastening kit, all the motors. Okay, I had to swap out some, but for good reason. I'll get to that later. I stole them. They're for the extruder, which I probably stole for the simple core, and fell in love with the orbiter, and for the hot end, the Thetis Rapido. So huge shout out to all of them. And if you guys haven't heard, on the 25th of March, so if you're watching this live, that's in a couple weeks on a Saturday, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be streaming over on Twitch for my 1-year printing anniversary. So I'll talk about the printers I built, everything I've done, the current progress of all my printers. I'm going to go over my Ender 3, explain what I did to it, the original upgrades, why I did them, what state it's in. It'll be a lot of fun. And what's even more fun are the prizes. So right now we have West3D, LDO, Fabrico, Polymaker, and Gloop, 3D Gloop. So they're all sponsoring prizes and they're pretty nice. So make sure to book your calendars now. Reserve that time. We'll be going for a while. Maybe we'll get some cake. We'll make a cake, decorate on the stream. We're gonna have a fun Plinko game, designing one of those and printing it to do the prize draws. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm very excited. I've never done anything like that, and I've seen a couple of them, and they're just so much fun to watch. So I hope you guys have fun. It'll be a blast, and hopefully you guys win some good prizes. Okay, so you're saying you printed the parts on your Ender on 2.4. Yep. Polymaker has tons of great ABS colors. ABS, ASA, the new Galaxy line is going to be incredible. The pop colors are coming out. Those were a secret level 10 on the Discord. Hint, hint, join level 10 on the Discord. Polymaker Discord. Those were secret, and those are finally coming out. Lots of little things from Polymaker that's continually impressing me. Wonder if you can make a heat set press tool head and clipper macro. Oh my god. Okay, it doesn't take that long to do heat sets. If you're doing a print farm, maybe it might be worth it. But it doesn't take that long. It doesn't. Okay. Lots and lots of stuff in here. So we got pulleys, we got idlers, I got these rods, which is what we need right now. We have belts. I'm assuming these are genuine Gates belts. Oh, these are 9mm, aren't they? Ooh, fancy. So we have a 9 and a 6. Very cool. And then, oh my god, these are the crown. This is what makes it Berserker special hybrid ceramic bearings. Overkill. These are way overkill, but they're gonna be really nice. And the whole thing is gonna be full of them. Yeah, everyone go check out MakerDeck. Can you post a link just in chat to MakerDeck for people who aren't aware of MakerDeck? So it'll be in the link description, but go take a couple seconds and check out MakerDeck. Say hello. We have some amazing mods over there that do a great job running the stream. It's all manual, 24/7 stream, and the uptime, aka the watch time, is like 97%. It's crazy how dedicated the volunteers are. I am one of them. I do it during the day occasionally, but they are just very dedicated. So give them your support just by saying hello and thank you. Sona Printables did that press. That's funny. Of course they did. Yes, Vector 3D. That's what I was thinking of. The one who does the cauliflower. He has a kit now. But you can build it with spare parts too. Alright, so we need a couple things. Most of this motion is off of here. So over on the instructions, we need a 9mm pulley. So the Z is going to be 9mm. We have idlers. Maybe a set of 4. Are these 9mm? I should have 2. These are 3 and 3. Oh, okay. 4, 3 and 3. 3. So we have 4 idlers for the Z, and we have these. So So there's 4, 4, and 3? Am I going crazy here? Why are there 3 of these? Okay, these are the 9mm. Those are the 4. And then these are going to be the receiving end. But what are these? Wait, maybe they're not. Are they? Yeah, no, the output shaft gets directly connected. Maybe something. Oh, it's probably to do with that weird, the weird belt path thing on the gantry. Okay. I've never used that. I just use the simple core style, which there are no places where you have to have the belt come in and do a weird tensioning thing because of the front-mounted motor. Oh, our webcam died. What I'm streaming on here is the Logitech C930E, and it's pretty good. I would recommend that. This is a C920, it's okay, but the C930E is better. Okay, so for this, we need to put this stuff aside. Need a little bit of room to build this printer. 2 for XY gantry, the 3rd might be the Z end stop. Oh, you think so? Interesting. But I have 2 sets of 3. Do I? Oh no, I just have... Okay, just the 1 set of 3. And you're right, it's probably for the Z end stop. So, makes sense. I'm using a sex bolt, which already has the whole assembly pre-assembled. Thank you. It's gonna drive me crazy. Like, am I missing parts? I have extra parts? Alright. So these have the set screws loose. Be careful, don't lose them. They do not have spares. And that's something you're not going to have on hand. So be careful. Sit down for a bit too. I do these. Is the camera still fine? No. Whatever, you can suffer. I'll just lower it manually. There we go. Perfect. You like this view right here where I have like the small camera, but the manual? What do you think of that? Just kind of threw this together last minute. Okay, heat set. Not heat set, sorry. Oh, this is where I need the Loctite too. So these are grub screws, don't lose them. They go inside the pulleys, and that's what locks it in place. And I need to find my Loctite. Loctite. It's blue? I think it's blue Loctite. What color is it supposed to be? I'll try to find it. See which bin I would have put it in. I did. I think it was in a bag. I just saw it recently, so I definitely touched it. But unfortunately, when you touch something and just put it somewhere, it's gone. It's gone forever. Oh, it's right here. Got it. Okay, so it is blue Loctite. Removable. That's the important thing, it's removable. So there we go. Got a little container of it. I have a towel. Whatever. We'll use it liberally. Liberally? Conservative? Not very much. Yeah. I don't do politics. Okay. So, this is my first time using, well, I guess not the first time, but it's been a while. So what I'm going to do is put a little bit inside of here. That makes the most sense. Inside of the actual threads. Just a little bit. I need to cut it first. Turn off the heat set machine. Heat set machine. We don't need those heat sets for a while. That's plenty. All right, tip is off. Let's try this again. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Yeah, just like a little bit, just to help secure it in place. Oh, that's also a lot. Stuck someone back in. Well, it's gonna be nice and secure. And I don't want to get this on my hands. I'm sure it's not the best. I'm just gonna wipe it off with this towel, aka I think it came in. All right, and then screw on my rub screws. These ones, I think they take a 2 millimeter. Like this. And then screw it on. But not all the way. I like to leave it flush with the outside, just to get it started. Loctite stick. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's probably easier, but I'm like fiddling with the end of this. I don't want to get that in my hands. Get messy. So it seems easy enough to squirt a little bit in the hole and then screw it in like that. So I'm going to do all these pulleys at once because we have to do them all. Easier to do them like this. Don't get any on the ASA or ABS parts. It'll eat away the plastic. That's what I've heard. That's why I sort of wiped it off. Maybe we can do a better job, but these shouldn't be touching. I mean, hopefully the pulleys aren't touching the plastic parts. Polymer parts. Whatever, it's plastic. Is plastic like trademarked or something? Because everyone refers to stuff as plastic, but I don't think that's the proper terminology. I'm kind of just squirting it in. And wow, that went through the whole thing. Interesting. Pre-applied itself. Okay. Wiping off a bit of the excess, just using the plastic. And then not losing any of these grub screws. Don't want away. Better not be touching the plastic. I know, right? Oh, we got a ginger. Of course, ginger comes out when the chemicals come out. Like, oh, chemicals, yay. Hello, ginger. Are you gonna try to claw me? And try to jump up and claw me? Better now than when I was doing the heat sets. It's a little more forgiving. Yep, yeah, there she goes. All right, we're just gonna say hello to the camera. And say hello, Ginger. Ginger, say hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Yeah. Smiley face. YouTube strikes again. I'm assuming. Fun. This is good. This is the fact that I have a manual makes this experience a lot better than just like a regular printer. Because like when I built the Rook, you know what my manual was? I built it and then I took it apart. I was the manual. So yeah. Having at least instructions on like what to do in what order, that makes it a lot nicer. And of course we can't finish installing this today, but we're gonna make as much progress as we would have if we had that bottom panel, so I'm pretty happy. And I'm not sure when my next stream will be. Could be tomorrow, could be this weekend, but I want to just get this as quickly built as possible. Need a magnetic tray for those grub screws? I know. I do. But we're fine for now. And once again, is this view fine? What do you think? Because I could go back to, well, I'll keep it like this because I got the camera adjusted. No, it's fine. I could do the close-up like that. Would you rather see this view? That's probably fine. That's not a lot better. You can look at all the fun parts that come in the West3D Berserker motion kit. If you want a baller printer, make sure to check it out. Uh-oh. Hello, Ginger. You have a cat. Say hello. Like, ooh, chemicals, yay. I love chemicals. All these grub screws in, install at once. I think these are the only ones we need for now. Looks like those 82s already have them in, so we're good for there. All right, back to here. Yeah, cat massage, except with the very, very clawy, very much clawed. So we're gonna go down for now while I do this, and we're gonna get all our little bar thingies. Oh, these are cool. So they're specific shafts that have the end rounded off, like one of the ends rounded off. It's kind of like a giant NEMA extension. That's cool. Put away these bags with Loctite on them as well. All right, 33. We can do that. So I'm going to follow the instructions and put this in, where one of the grub screws is lined up directly with that flat part of the shaft. And we're going to measure. I got a fancy trick I'll show you. So everyone has a pair of calipers, right? Right? Touch it. Junk, touch. Everyone has a pair of these things, right? You better. You better. Get some right now if you don't. Specifically, the kind where the end comes out. It sticks out like that. So what you can do is set it up so you can manually move it, of course, using this define adjust. But we need 33. So I'm going to adjust this to, oops, I hit relative. I'm going to adjust this to 33. Just get it nice and close. Sure. And then there's a top little set screw that you can lock it in place. And now we're at 33. So that means that this end bit is sticking out 33. And I could take my shaft and put it right on here. Also, a fun fact. Oh, that's where the... Okay. Yeah, I got a little too aggressive on the blue. This side is also a measurement. So from this part right here to this, I find this easier to work with. So I'm gonna put the flat part against here, like that, and then press this pulley right up against there. Pretty good. And I can rotate it around, probably the front like this. Yeah, so I'm gonna hold it like that. I'm gonna press this down right up against there. And that is about as precise as we're gonna get. And then screw it down a little bit, not super, super, super tight, but just enough until we hit resistance, and then back it off and tighten up the other one. Just a little bit. Just like that. And then give it a little more of a torque, just a little bit. Once it's in, and the Loctite's gonna hold it in place. So there you go. Done. Let's clean up this excess. Yes, I guess this stuff can hit printed parts if you go a little bit crazy. Cool. That's what one completed assembly looks like. 4 more to go. 3 more to go. 4 total. So, shaft, pulley, backward pulley, on the flat side. Clean out the excess. Do I have an actual towel? That'd be useful. I think I do. Clean up the excess blue. Let's wipe it off. Put it on your caliper like that. Press it down. Line it up. Screw it in. You want these to be fairly lined up, but they don't have to be 100% accurate. They can be slightly off. But you want to get them very close. Okay, get those snug. Take it off. And then wipe more Loctite. Cleans up pretty easy though. It's good. Just don't. It's nice as blue because blue on this nice silver looks good. It looks good. 2. Pushing right through this build. We're gonna have this pushing plastic in no time. No time at all. I don't think I finished printing the parts for this yet. Do I have my entire stealth burner printed? I'm not sure. Hey, Gulsifer, welcome on in. We're pretty much just going until we don't have anything else to do. But right now we're installing some parts for the Z drive. And if you're curious how the Z drive works, it uses gear reduction. Belted gear reduction. It goes from this 20 tooth, I believe this is a 20 tooth, 20 tooth pulley to what's going to be a 80 tooth pulley with a belt. And this 80 tooth pulley is going to link up to, what is that, a 16 tooth pulley? Maybe? Yeah, 16 tooth. Yeah, no, that's not right. What does it link up to? These ones? They're probably 16 tooth. And that's going to give it enough gear reduction so that the motor driving it has to spin more times to move it. So it's more precise. And when you're back driving it, aka when the gantry is putting weight on the motor, it's a lot easier on the motor. It has an inverted, so it has a gear increase, which makes it harder to back drive the motor, but easier for the motor to drive it. So it's very efficient, and it's a good design for a belted C. On my simple core, the 200 I'm building, I did buy, when they're on sale, the motor brakes, the special motor brakes. I forget what brand, but it's those motor brakes that you have to configure in Clipper. Nero did a stream on them, and they seem pretty cool once you get it all configured. Hopefully that will help with belted Z, and when it loses power, it won't just drop. That's the main issue you run into. Why is this not going in? It's too tight. Oh, it's a Loctite grouping. Oof. It dries up pretty quick, so we have to work fast. Or is it just not? I'll put it the other way. There we go. Some of these rods are a little bit tighter, which is fine. You want them tighter than loose. But this one is pretty dang tight. Perfect. We'll get this aligned correctly. That. Screw it in. So this printer uses 4 motors for the Z. It's overkill in terms of how much effort the motors have to work to move. Like, you're using 4 motors to move the entire Z-axis. That's not that much. But the idea is that it's probably a little more stiff if you have the 4 corners, and just kind of works. The design works to have 4. It would be, you could probably do a third, but in terms of rigidity, it makes sense to have 4. What keeps your bed from plummeting to the bottom when you turn it off? So for this design, this gear reduction is what causes it. Like I said, it takes more effort to move a really high gear ratio. Think of a hand crank, right? When you're using a hand crank, it's going, you're spinning something very, very, very fast. And that ratio is hard to move versus the opposite, where you have to spin something a lot of times to move it slowly. Same concept. So you're pressing down on it and it's harder to drive. And I'm going to double check all of these. This is the point where you double check your grub screws. Make sure they're all tight. Go back over every single one of them. Make sure they're tight. Because one loose grub screw can cause you issues. You're talking about precise movement. You want these to be pretty dang snug. And the Loctite's going to hold it in place anyway, or at least it should. But you want to at least get them so they're not just completely loose. So those are all good. Next. Oh wow. We got some stuff to do here. Okay, so we need some bearings. We're going to use our first Berserker bearings. When you get your Berserker bearings, they come in a sealed bag like this, which is nice. You're gonna, wow. Ooh. Fresh air. I wonder if this is organ air, isn't it? Must be, because I've gotten random amounts of these. So I think they vacuum sealed this at the store. Oh wow. All right. Oh, they even have, wow, these are, ooh. Oh, they're lube too. Covered. Oh, they say Berserker on them. Whoa. I didn't know that. Here. These are cool. Ugh, I can. Look at that. Wow. Berserker 625 bearings. Dang. Dang, West3D, you're a baller. Those are baller. Cool. So we need one of those. We need the 80-tooth pulley, which is this. This already has grub screws installed. This is also a single piece. You can print these. Actually, I have printed these for my Belted Z, the Kevin aka Sam. What you do is you take one of these flange bearings, you take off the flange, and you slide it through the printed part. But this is much better. This is going to be so much better to have a full machined metal gear. That is beautiful. Okay, so we have this. Where'd the pulley go? It's still in here. This. Then we have 2 M5 shims. I don't have those out yet, so let me grab them. M5 shim. A shim is not a washer. A shim is a precision ground spacer, whereas a washer is just stamped in sheet metal. So that is like kind of a rough edge. Actually, we already have, yeah, we already used M5 shims, right? Yeah, these right here. Okay, so we need 2 of those. What do you use shims for? Did I use shims yet? I did. I used M5 shims for the bed, right? They're casted, not machined. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Regardless, the quality is very, very good compared to a printed part. Those look like washers. Are they? I don't know. Actually, are they? Oh, we can check. What is the spacing? Yeah, these are precision shims. 1 millimeter exactly. Dang. Yeah, these are smooth. No rough edges on these. But they might be stamped. I don't know. They're gonna be good enough for this application. Let's put it that way. They're not like oversized, so you can rely on the fact that they're 1 millimeter. Nice. So Gulsifer is building a bishop, which is kind of like a rook, but it's completely linear rails, including the Z. And it has the option of using 2020 extrusions for the frame. That's going to be very cool. So make sure to check out the Rolohan Discord if you want more information on that. And check out Gulsifer's channel for YouTube. I think he might have some content on there too. Let's get 2 more M5 shims. We need another one of these bearings. We need this and another bearing. Wow, this is where all those bearings are needed. Oof, that's a lot of bearings. All right. Okay, so we have bearing. Well, we're gonna work backwards, right? So we're gonna do shim, 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 bearing. Very tight fit. It's like very snug. Not tight, but zero play, like at all. No play whatsoever. That is incredible. Oh my god. But it slides so smooth. That's awesome. Okay. 2 more shims. So far, the Berserker Motion Kit is definitely living up to the name and price tag. This goes in. Being careful to align the flat side with just one of the sides of the grub screws. So if you're looking to build a rook, West3D should be starting to source some components. So keep an eye out on West3D for your rook needs in the future. All right, so this is the assembly. We don't have to put these bearings on quite yet. We can just leave them aside. But this is the main assembly. Like that. Pretty easy. That's nice. And the main 80 tooth is pressed down against it. So what we're going to do is line this part up so the set screw lines up with the flat side. We're going to give it a slight, even pressure. Kind of hold it together. And screw it in. It's too big. It's small. Yeah, we actually have to undo this one, add our blue Loctite, and then continue. So I'm gonna do that before I put this on. I'm just realizing that. So undo the grub screws that are pre-installed, and then add this in. Good to know you have not created one yet. The Fabrico kit should be pretty nice too. I've seen some stuff behind the scenes, and the value that they're adding to it is pretty good. So, I would look at both, maybe compare the differences. I'm not gonna be biased towards one or the other. They're both rook kits, but the West3D one is gonna be spec'd to stuff that I like. So I gotta get on rebuilding mine and making any final tweaks, because that'll probably make it into the final kit, which is cool. So putting a little bit of blue Loctite, screwing these in. Being careful not to get it everywhere. yeah, so we've been working a little bit with West3D to get this assembled. Man, I think as soon as this was launched, I'm like, hey, dude, Dan, you gotta get a kit. You gotta do a kit. It's gonna be awesome. I think originally we just wanted to get like a hot end or something, but I don't think anyone anticipated that they're gonna be full-on kits from vendors. That's awesome. For that printer that's behind me, the fully 3D printed printer. Well, not fully, but mostly 3D printed. Hello, Ginger. Ugh, Ginger. Hello. Oh, silly cat. I'm happy with West3D. Their parts and service have been great. Yes, very good. I've had to get, you know, some stuff taken care of, and they took care of it quite well. I'll just put it that way. Quite well. All right, so the Loctite is in now. We can put in our grub screw. Those screw in way down deep. So get that snug and then do the other one. Is Rohan designing all these printers himself? Haven't spent much time. Yes, he uses no external help. He designs them all, and he kind of like says, hey, here's this thing I made. We're like, what? What did you make? Because his designs are intriguing. They're non-conventional. That's the best way of putting it. They're non-conventional. They're good, but they're non-conventional. For an upcoming build, the Rook Evolution, he's actually doing beta testing. So I'm on the beta testing team. I have a beta sample of one over there. It's still being worked on. I got to reprint the whole thing. So when I can, I will stream content on that. It's going to be a pretty cool printer. I'm going to be printing in Polymaker, color changing PLA. That'll be fun. Surprised no shim for the end bearing. So the end bearing, that's a good question. Why don't you need a shim? I think because, okay, so this middle part right here, this has the shims. And when you're inserting into the part, which I believe is this one, right here, that's being held in place by that middle one. And then these two are just kind of like free floating. So you don't need a shim at all. Right? So it's gonna be like this. That's a sneak peek of what's coming up. Yeah, you don't need a shim. That actually it wouldn't be the right size if it didn't have a shim. So you can't use a shim there. You have to just let it kind of just float. And it'll be clamped together. So it's all being pressed in together and being held by that middle bearing. And then using the other two for support. That's a... wow. I gotta tell you, I mean, yes, Gulsifers, Rohan's printers are nice, but these are over-engineered. They're way over-engineered. And I love it. So, let's just build 3 more of those. No biggie, just build 3 more of those. Put that safely over here. I'll just do all the Loctite all at once. So hope you guys are enjoying this build so far. If you have any suggestions for maybe camera angles or music, my, commentary, let me know. I've been streaming for a while now, but I'm just starting to get into YouTube. And I want to make these videos... I want to make them so they're fun to watch in the future, but also informative enough to where you could theoretically follow my build, skip ahead a bit, and complete it. But this build is more of like a casual, document my progress type of thing. Yeah, as FDev Patch says, the middle is for alignment and the end are for supports, which is what I was showing off, which is neat. That's something I didn't consider. And when you're designing a printer from scratch, you don't think about that stuff. So you can definitely tell a lot of time has gone into developing this machine, and I'm expecting this to be pretty nice when it's all put together. If you think Voron's over-engineered, don't look at the NX. Well, for the speeds that this printer is targeting, this is a precision printer, right? Not the most precise, but it is a precision designed printer. It's designed to print well. It's not designed for top speed, like absolutely not. Vorons are not speed machines. If they were, they would have more than one cooling fan. I'll put it that way. But I'm expecting this to be a very reliable machine. Like, you know, pick three: speed, reliability, and quality. I will pick quality and reliability every day of the week over speed. Speed is not needed unless you want to have fun. And while I do enjoy a fun speed build, we'll just do these all one at a time. I enjoy a speedy printer. At the end of the day, if I want to print something good, I'm going to print it slow. So, doesn't matter. Alright. Which is built more like a tank, Annex or Rat Rig? I haven't built either, and I haven't really looked at Annex printers. I know that Golden was building one, and I never got to see it work, but it does seem pretty engineered. Rat Rig seems interestingly engineered. They make some interesting design choices, such as using PETG for their parts. But the tank printer is probably going to be... It's definitely going to be VZBot. VZBot, because they have machined aluminum parts. Like, they're designed to be machined out of aluminum. You can buy full-on parts kit, not like knockoff Voron aluminum, but designed. I think Mello sells them. That's what I would go for a tank printer. So getting rid of printed parts, which, you know, not the best in the world, right? If you compare aluminum to plastic, I'm gonna pick metal. For what we do, it's sufficient to use printed parts, but when you're going for max speed, it's nice to have full metal parts, probably. The second cube? Yeah, that's probably it's probably the tank. Sure, that also uses metal parts. And the frame is non-extrusions. There's that. Nice. I'm gonna put on my bearings. The rigs look nice. I'm not gonna lie, they look nice, but I am more of an enthusiast printer builder. And it's nice that Vorons have kits, but they're not kit printers, if that makes any sense. You can pretty much customize every single part. And I guess it's the same thing for Rat Rig, but I feel like Voron's a bit more, from what I've seen, a bit more customizable. But I would build a VZBot, yeah. I'm partially interested in their minion, the V minion. It is pretty neat looking. It would be nice to have a very fast little bed slinger. Like, well over-engineered. Talk about over-engineered. That'd be cool. But instead of building that, I'm building my Z Cubed. Again, the hybrid Core XZ printer. It should be fun. I think we finally have a design that will work well. And I'll be streaming that over on Twitch, the design of it. But I have too many printers. Too many printers to build. Oh my god. Man, I got this one I'm building. I got to build my Simple Core 200. I have a couple of Rolohans printers, the Rook style printers. What else do I have? Gulsifer's printer. I'll be, well, modding the Tycoon. I have to rebuild the Simple Core Legacy with updated parts. What else are we doing? I'll be building the new Bugaboo printer. Bugaboo. You can search that on printables and find that. That's the P1P kind of, I'm not gonna say knockoff, but it's heavily inspired by the P1P in terms of the size and its motion capabilities. So that'll be a fun one too. Like I have just all these printers that I want to build, and there's all the like other things. So we're going to be very busy. Now is a good time to get subscribed because there's a lot of projects coming up. Oh my god. No lack of content. Now, all these parts are really firm, which is nice. All the clearances are great so far. What is Simple Core? If you're not familiar. So, behind me, fall. Behind me is this printer. That is more or less, well, it's a Simple Core. It's Rolohan's Core XY Trident style that uses front-mounted motors with a single idler in the back, so you don't have a fancy tensioning for the motor setup. So it uses less bearings, very minimal printed parts for everything. Uses an AVA tool head for Legacy. The newer style Simple Core MK1 uses a Trident frame, which is quite a bit easier to source in some cases and is overall easier to build because it's just blind joints. It's like building this. Originally it's belted Z, direct belted Z. And if you don't have your macro set up correctly to where you lower the bed after every print, it'll just drop. What I did I was having some issues with the quality. Turns out that if you only have a glass bed with a heater attached to the bottom of it and a PEI sheet, it wants to go up and down when it prints, like having a non-PID tuned bed, and the quality suffers. So I slapped on a thick aluminum sheet on top, and that fixed all of my Z quality issues. And actually West3D sent it over. It's a defective 2.4 bed. I think it's from an LDO kit. Has some scarring on it and some issues. So it's perfect for my use. So thank you for that. Right now it's just binder clipped on. I'm gonna try to get a permanent solution. But yeah, the Simple Core, and I have a smaller build plan. So same height, but using a 200 by 200 bed. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm guessing it might be too tall to go super fast. That was gonna be my fast printer. I was planning on having that as like my very fast printer. I don't know anymore. Adjust this camera a bit down. Of course, I want to get my hands on a positron kit from LDO. I'll see what I can do. I either want to build a positron or a V0. I'd rather build a positron because it's a little more fun, but a V0 would also be a lot of fun. And then there's all of the printers for ants. I probably want to build a micron, so a mini version of this. I don't necessarily, okay, I have 2 rooks and they're both 120. Build volume is an issue. It really is. For the stuff that I want to print, a lot of the models are just too big. So for me personally, the lowest I would go is 150. A 150 size printer. So that would either be Salad Fork, which is a mini Trident, if I remember correctly, and then the Micron, which is a mini 2.4. 180 is the sweet spot for small printers, in my opinion. A lot of models are designed for it, especially if you get a Prusa bed. You can get easy replacement PEI sheets that are just designed for Prusa. It's just nice. You've been pricing a Micron. So what are you looking at when you do that? Are you looking at getting different parts kits from LDO? Are you trying to self-source it completely? Like, what's your goal? Obi-Wan Kenobi says you can use that for PLA prints. It's not closed. Currently in this state, yes, it's for PLA. But I have a box below me. This right here. So this is a plywood kind of enclosure that I built. And that works really good for my use. Make sure I got all these stuff, the correct stuff in, because I'm talking and just doing stuff. I might miss something very obvious. But the plywood enclosure has worked well for printing ABS. In fact, most of the parts for this printer, all of like the really good clean ones, those are printed on the simple core. Got everything at least, I'm assuming at least amount of work. What is the price of a Micron, and what size are you looking at? West3D actually has some stuff on the Micron. Wow, this one's tight. So this bearing, a little tight. But tight is fine. We'd rather have a little bit tight than too loose. A 180. Okay, yeah. So someone's been watching some too many Steve builds videos. Did he finish the Micron? Wow, I can't get this on. I don't want to put too much force on it because it's a bearing. You think recycling, converting an older Ender or older 3D printer to CoreXY is viable? Okay. Here's a topic. So reusing old, let me try a different bearing. Let's see if it's the bearing or the rod. Oh, this is the tight one. Yeah, this was the really tight one. Okay, that bearing works better. Here's the thing about reusing 3D printer components. What are you reusing? The bed is probably going to drive what you're doing because you're probably going to want to reuse as much as possible. So your bed, your power supply, probably the hot end, the controller board probably. Again, going for cost effectiveness. Very smooth, this good. But the biggest is the frame. In most cases, it's not going to be feasible to convert a printer over to CoreXY just because of the frame. So if you already have to buy a frame, I don't know. Now, if you get a printer that, like, for cheap, that already has a bunch of parts, for example, if you buy a printer off of eBay for parts, that's a great way to get parts. And that's what I've used for a lot of these printers, just eBay printers. It's like $30, $40 printers, where just that's one power supply is worth. So I love buying printers for 40 to 60 bucks off of eBay. Specifically non-Enders, because Ender 3s now typically don't come with good components. But yeah, that's one way of, oh, motors too, you're right. So motors, it's all stuff that you can get off of a used printer. And it's very possible to convert, but if everything that you're reusing is kind of crappy, and since CoreXY machines are premium or fast, a lot of times it's just not worth it. It might be better to go start from scratch, I'll be honest. If you're doing like a very, very budget build, yeah, it's possible. Just find a design that uses, like Sepulchre. That's why I built this printer. I had a lot of the parts lying around, and I could just build the printer, like with very minimal parts. But I ended up buying a lot of stuff for it because the parts I had were kind of crappy. So I got new motors, new bed, rails, a frame. I ended up not really reusing many things. And then at the end of the day, the only thing I used it for was the PEI sheet, the 330 PEI sheet. I don't use that anymore. So all the original parts that I was going to use for this printer, I think the power supply is the only thing that's literally the only thing I reuse is the power supply. Everything else is custom built. And when you price that out, it's a Trident. So consider how much money you're going to be spending and what kind of performance you want to get out of it. Just linear rails are expensive. I think we're good. We'll check our work. All right. Does that look good? We get the two shims. Is that pressed together fully? Yeah, I can feel this has no play. That's good. That looks good. Make sure that middle bearing has a little play, but it has a little bit. So I might actually tighten this up a bit. Better. More viable when doing a Rook type printer. Yes. Yes, so for a Rook, that's a great option of reusing hardware. You can take most parts of an Ender 3 and directly convert it. I'm talking hot end, probably not belts, but hot end, motors, power supply, control board. Those are all useful things you can use. And then there are some mods that take the Ender bed and mount it. Be careful with printed parts that big, but it's possible. It's all possible. Looks good. And looks good. Perfect. So we have all these parts. I want to put them aside for now and carry on. That was a lot of fun. Cool. Now we have our little belts. So these are closed loop belts. Closed loop belts. These are a pain because if you're designing a custom printer that uses these, you can't just buy these. You have to import them. So these ones are specific. These are like a stock size because they're used for 20 tooth to 80 tooth gear reduction. But we're gonna take one of these and put it on like this. These are gates. They are premium. Just like that. Give it simplicity. Oh, you're building a simplicity too? That's an awesome looking printer. At this point, I might just go for a bishop instead of simplicity. So there we go. So this now goes into which part? This is the small part. Which one is this? Yeah, so it goes into one of these like this. Presses in. So you want to make sure the middle one is aligned and the outer two are also both aligned. But maybe give it like a little bit of a wiggle. This is so cool. I'm just so excited. This is so well engineered. At least it looks pretty good. Dang. I love it. But yeah, the bishop is expandable, and that's what's nice. So you can convert it into a different size printer. Oh, and Gulsifer. So I have, speaking of expandable, I have those rails from West3D. They are MGM7. I have a Kirigami bed. Do you want to model? Actually, How does that work? Can you find a way to use MGN7 Z-Rails? Maybe the whole thing. Can you do the whole thing in MGN7? It probably can if it's printed. That's a project for you. So that's that. I'm trying to scroll on my stream preview. Oh, we're going right for it. We're going right for it. Oh, you ready? All right. This is the big moment of truth. Well, I already know they fit. Whoops. Don't hold it upside down. The other rails from West3D, 160. I think either 160 or 165. Oh, this print finished. Cool. Forgot I was printing. These are, in fact, yeah, these little guys right here, leftovers from a misorder or something. These are too big. Too big to measure. Well, let's do this then. Let's measure here to here. Just a rough measurement. $154 plus $5 plus 5. So 155 plus 10. So it's 165. And this is the whole spacing for it. I don't know if do you have these exact ones? But that would be neat to do it with these rails. I think that'd be sufficient for a 120 size. Except I don't have any beds for it. I might steal the unserialized Rook bed into components, which I could steal the rails from too. I don't know. But I have the Kirigami bed, and that'd be nice to mount. So maybe just the Z rails, and I can steal the XY rails from that printer. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Or no, I actually have some spare rails, right? I have spare rails. Let's go back to this. So this goes in like this. Kind of snug fit. My printing tolerances are good. And then this belt goes in like this. And then directly on top, we're gonna find the matching one, which looks like this. Let me clean this up a little bit first if I can. This was some isopropyl. I think that'll clean out some of the glue. Doesn't really matter, it's not gonna be visible. Take out some of the glue. That's why I hate glue stick. Because any grabbing it just gets everywhere. Alright. Will it blend? Oh yeah. Look at that Z assembly. I couldn't even imagine. Some people are trying to develop these for the simple core, and it's a lot of work. So yeah, this is beautiful. This is like a work of art. Let's go leave right here. All right, we're done. Especially the orange bearings. That's unique. Oh, you're waiting on some AliExpress stuff? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. So which side is the belt supposed to come off of? The bottom? Okay, the bottom right here. Alright, so that goes like this. And then we need some screws. These are M3 by 40. I'm gonna go into my parts kit from LDO. And find some M3 by 40. Okay, no, they're all zipper bags. It's so nice that they're zipper bags, not just single use. Those are M5 by 40 and the M3 by 40. M3 by 30. M3 by 16. Oh, these ones? Yeah, M3 by 40. Socket head. Perfect. It's got leads in the bag. Been there. Nice. Okay, so we need just 6 of these. This is where I'd start considering using the electric screwdriver. That's set up correctly and charged. No, it's more size. Probably the right size screw. We gotta use an electric screwdriver. It's not a 3D printing stream if you're not using one of those. T9? What size is it supposed to be? T10? So a Torx T10 works well on these ish. Not the correct size. Let me use an actual hex. Oh, that's the one that I don't have. Oh, damn. If you haven't seen this before, this is the Dremel HSES01. HSES01. I don't know if they even sell this anymore, but it's has a clutch. So you can limit how much torque it actually puts out. And it's cool because you can press up against the tip and it'll screw. Or you can press the button and it has forward and reverse. Cool. So what we're going to do is screw it in. So it screws into the non-heat set side. Oh, that's actually not bad. Sometimes the holes aren't great, so the thread gets stuck. Wow, these holes are perfect. Dang. We don't even need this. We can do it by hand. Let's just do it by hand. You can also just use this and see, the clutch. Neat, huh? I actually use it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Everyone with these tiny little screwdrivers, me with this thing, which is easier to hold, has more power and a clutch. Neat. Pretty neat. And you can continue doing it by hand too. It's like so cool. Okay, and I do like to give the final pass with the hand anyway, just to make sure. Now I'm noticing that one of these is sticking up a little bit. I don't know if that's supposed to happen, but it is. And I will deal with it because I think it's fine. That's useful if you have like a really long screw that you just need to go. You can't even tell it's 2 pieces. Yeah, with the layer lines, you can't really tell. Like here, you can a little bit, but functionality, this is gonna be perfect. Let's see if I can. Which side is supposed to come out? The bottom. This. I can't really spin it because of this this belt, but yeah, this is super nice. Wow, I'm impressed. So the combination of Voron design part plus the ceramic bearings, this is future Austin problem? Yeah, it probably won't be a problem. It won't be a problem. It's just it's sunk in a little bit lower than the other ones. I'd rather have it a little extra stiff, plus it's not going to ride up in anything. So cool. It's more that it looks, it's aesthetically off. Although this is all underneath the gantry, so it doesn't matter. You'll never see this ever again. Yay. That's one of these. 3 more to go. Wow, I have barely touched the printed parts. I barely touched them. Oh my god. I can tell you for sure, I'm definitely going to be planning these streams a bit more in the future once I have all the parts. So beforehand, I'm going to do as much prep as possible. This is the last stream where I'm going to be doing heat sets on stream, if I can help it. Gotta put this aside. Don't lose this. Just to make sure that the stream's just assembly. That's all I want to do on stream is assembly. Voron 2.4 or a Bamboo X1 with AMS. That's a topic. Wow, that's a good topic. So, very, very, very different. They're very different. One of them is an out-of-the-box printer that can print ABS. And one of them is a fully printed, you know, a full process. It's a process. At the end of the day, let's say at a 300. So either your... I gotta make sure these bearings are in the right position. Pressed in too much. At the end of the day, it's either you build a Voron, a V2, a 250, which, I don't know, I'm not going to recommend a 250 because of all the effort you're going to spend building this thing. You might as well build a 300. They're very similar in cost and performance, they're probably similar. So assuming you're going to get a 300, you get extra build volume off of this. Overall, better print quality. And probably more reliability. Plus, you can replace all the parts. If you want to place an idler gear, you can just replace it. You don't have to send it out. So they're very, very different. Now, if you got one of those, like, pre-built Vorons, what are they called? Like, it's some name, but if you get a pre-built, well, that's a different story. Because you're not building it, you're just using it. And you might replace some of the parts, but it's pre-built. Troodon. And I think there's some other ones too. Heavily inspired, because Voron's all open source. You can do whatever you want with it. You don't have to have any special licensing stuff. It's just you can't use the Voron name. That's the thing that's trademarked, I think. Personally, I am a hobbyist / enthusiast. So, personally, I'd rather go for a 2.4. Go through the build process, have that fun, you know. But I am also very excited to get an X1 in with an AMS because if it works, it's just a printer that works. It prints. Will it last the longest? Will it be the most supported in the future? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it will. But currently, you can get replacement parts for it. For the major stuff, I can't replace bearings. That's a big issue. Figure that out in the future. But you're right. X1 is closed loop. So, a different use case. A very, very different use case. Yeah, they're not, you just can't. You can't compare them. They're completely different printers, completely different use cases. Even if you go for a Trident, they're just different. That's 2. These actually go pretty fast. This is a satisfying part right here. We're putting in the assembled stuff. Like, dang, is that ever nice. So your friend has an X1, he loves building, he loves it and prints a bunch of stuff. You like building things and you like your 2.4. Yeah, different use cases. That's pretty much the whole story. I think they're both valuable tools to have. You can definitely have both a 2.4 and an X1. Hell, you can print all the parts for 2.4 on an X1. X1's one of the best. I think I can pretty adequately say that for the price, it is the best printer to print Voron parts out of the box on for the price. Is there any other printer that can do ABS without even blinking out of the box in like 20 minutes? Not really. So hypothetically, you could buy one just to print like parts for your printers. And that is what some people do. I view it personally as not necessarily a backup machine, but kind of like the old reliable, which is kind of ironic. But if you, I feel like if you treat the Bamboo with respect and you don't push it to insane speeds, then it should last a fair bit of time, enough time that you would expect out of a 3D printer. And it'll treat you well in terms of print quality. I think the company's pretty serious. They do seem legit, definitely. They do seem legit. They are running through any company, what any company of their size would as a startup is, dang, we made too many products and there are too many issues. What do you do? What do you do in that situation? It's complicated. It's very complicated. What do you do in a situation where you have too many customers? Do you increase production to sell more units, knowing that your quality control is going to go down? Or do you just not sell as many units, but not making enough money to continue other development? Right? Because clearly Bamboo isn't making a lot of money on these printers. They're not. Look at the replacement parts. They're making cents, pennies. Filament, sure. That's every company wants to sell their own filament. And maybe, oh, maybe that's why that they developed the AMS, knowing, like, clearly, they're 3D printing people on their team. They built a pretty decent printer, but the fact that they didn't have good spool compatibility just shows that they're trying to keep everything as closed ecosystem as possible. Buy our spools, they have RFID, you throw them in, it recognizes it automatically. Great, that's awesome. But what if I want to use a spool for Micro Center? Ooh. Sorry about that. What if I want to use a printed solid spool? Yee. So you can tell what their intentions are, and it's fine. It's fine. If you expect every single manufacturer to adhere to perfect open source standards, perfect practices, it's not going to happen. So I'm guessing, and this is what a lot of people have guessed, is that they're using this printer as a way to promote their company, as a way to show investors that, hey, look at this, we can do a thing. Then their next product is probably going to be a legit printer. That's my guess, a legitimate printer with looking at all of their failures and improving upon everything. And that is going to be the printer that they designed to make money off of. Who knows what it's going to be. Luckily, Prusa is releasing the XL before they have a chance to release something equivalent. So they'll have that kickstart in the market. But I don't know. What do you think Bamboo's working on? What do you think they're working on? It's not going to be cheaper than a PUMP. I'd be very surprised. PUMP is bottom of the barrel for them. That is scraping as low as possible. They can't go any lower. So what are they going to do? Is it going to be a tool changer? Is it going to be a larger X1 style printer? Is it going to be a better X1? Like, you know, a quiet machine with some better, just overall better. What are they going to do? Because they have to make money. Are they investing into support? Are they looking to build kind of a bamboo in every school type of thing where they have really good support, really good quality control, etc.? There's so many routes they can take, and it's probably very overwhelming for them. But I'm interested because this is putting pressure on every other manufacturer. Look how many speed printers are out now, or being released, or mentioned, or hyped, because of the bamboo directly. So they took the initial plunge. They dove headfirst into the market. They dominated it, but who knows what's going to happen next? I will be here to run through the whole thing. Subscribe. Maybe in like a year or so, I'll be a YouTuber and we'll make YouTube content and we'll cover all the stuff. I'm excited. I'm definitely excited for the future of 3D printing. Remember, my 1-year anniversary of 3D printing is coming up on the 25th. You know, the one where I'm doing some giveaways on my Twitch stream. Yeah, that one. 2 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. That one. That's my 1 year. So I haven't been printing for very long. And I can see the market. I can just get the general idea. It's like stocks, right? You can feel that it's about to explode. It's like that close. Not quite printing in every house. That's never going to happen. But a lot more people are going to be more and more and more interested as they start seeing what 3D printing can do, the stuff you can make. So we're going to see, we saw the bottom of 3D printers, and now we're starting to see them rise back up. Look at the SV06. That's going to be the benchmark now. Ender 3 was a benchmark. That wasn't a great printer. SV06 is now a benchmark printer, a standard. It's great. This all happened while I after I started 3D printing. I mean, they've been working on it probably beforehand, but still. So, yes, 2.4 can probably be tuned to go faster. And especially with the hotter or a higher flow hot end. Thinking more about input shape or other things. In terms of speed. I mean, Bamboo had input shaper. Ugh. It's starting to become the end of the stream. Bamboo has input shaper of some sort. It'd be nice if they told us what it actually does, and if you could, modify it. They have a prosumer with X1. They have a consumer with P1P. They say small business line. X1 is pretty decent. X1. I'm calling it here. You can clip this, but X1 printers are going to be a huge, huge issue in the future for people who run them, for businesses who run them 24/7. They're going to be sent back to the manufacturer. They're going to be scrapped for parts. It's like the Apple approach, where you just trade in your old device and you get a brand new one. I don't think that's the best approach. I wish they would have engineered it a bit better in terms of serviceability. So their next printer, I'm guessing, will be a lot easier to service without having to destroy the whole thing. That's my guess. That's my estimation. We'll see. I'm still excited to get one. The fact that we can get 4 colors of ABS seamlessly, that'll be nice. And no profiles to worry about. You just use the Bamboo stuff out of the box and it should work okay. But have a good night. Thanks for stopping in, Nick. Disassembly is impossible. It's not impossible, but it's not. You're not going to. It's assembled at the factory. It's factory assembled, and you can't unassemble some stuff. I think the bearings are a big one. But I'm getting one in. We'll see. I mean, worst comes to worst. I don't know. I don't know what you can do. Yes, I'm running Soft Fever as my main slicer. Most of these printed parts were done on them, and they just released a new version which has more accurate walls. I'll have to do some testing. So yeah, you're not repairing a bamboo if it has a catastrophic failure. And that's the issue, is what happens when you find one of these for sale 5 years from now? Who's gonna want to buy that? A Prusa 5 years from now? Great, I'll buy it. This is replacement parts, I can fix it. Bamboo? No. The thing saving it, and this is why people are buying it, it's definitely the price. The price to performance is out of this world. That's what's saving it, is by the time it breaks down, you've completely paid for it and more, because you put so many like printer hours on it at faster speeds than you would other printers. So it's just gonna run out faster, that's all. It's probably gonna last just as long in terms of kilograms as other printers, but it's not gonna last as long. Did they add more calibration stuff? What more do they add? This temperature. What does the temperature tower look like? Standard temperature tower. Nice. I haven't even done one of those yet with this. So it's temperature tower, flow rate, 2 passes, pressure advance, which probably is that square wall. Oh yeah, it's that one. Pressure advance, and then I use the max flow rate. It's so awesome that it has the built-in racetrack. You would like one, but if I had choice, you prefer a Trident and a color changer, all open source. Yeah, it's hard because Trident is going to be better overall, but then it might run into more issues. So there's pluses and minuses everywhere. And Rage Art Carrot Feeder is not going to be as reliable stock as the bamboo. You could probably try to mod it. You can add a filament cutter. You can do the same stuff that bamboo does, potentially. That's probably what we're going to see. Something like in Rage Rabbit Carrot Feeder, but with auto rewinding spools or something to do with that. Maybe we could sell the AMS open source, would be awesome. Like, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Or someone's gonna design one. Guarantee it. It's gonna happen. Open source AMS, it's gonna happen. It's a cool design, and that's kind of what I was more or less expecting out of a multi-color MMU setup. Accent part. Is our first accent part? I think so. We haven't had any printed parts. These are our first ones. Let's dig for accent parts. So we need that guy right there. Not a whole lot of them, so it shouldn't be that hard. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Yeah, these were definitely done on the simple core. Wow, that was clean. Top surfaces are like pretty good, and the walls are nearly perfect. Does Sawfever have an unlocked profile storage yet? Mall machines pulling the same profiles. I don't know what you mean by that. Unlocked profile storage. Oh, multiple machines using Sawfever pulling the same profiles. Interesting. I have no idea. You can ask them though. Only take a filament, user tech, mosaic through an AMS. Get rid of all the wasted plastic during changes. So the palette. So what's the downside? So what's the palette? Why would you want to combine that? What's the benefit of combining what technology with the palette? Because I've actually never really used or seen one, besides the fact that it like splices the filament together. If you're gonna get an AMS temporarily, you can reverse engineer it. Oh, I guarantee, I will bet this printer, someone is working on it. Somebody. There's got to be someone who has taken that design So like push slicer, you can tell profiles on a NAS. Oh, okay. I didn't really consider that. That makes sense. So you can have different computers with the different profiles. I just slice from the same computer, so it doesn't really matter for me. It's like an AMS, but smaller. Smaller. Well, it's nothing like an AMS, though. It fuses filaments together, right? Yeah, those are expensive. Okay, so we get these parts right here. We need an M5 nut and M3x8. Ah, okay. So what's happening here is we're just having a nut for future use, which are... Did I already dump them? Here's a couple of them. M5 nuts. Gotcha. Oh, maybe in the future you'll see that. I honestly don't know a ton about the software side of stuff. Foot nut. Oh, okay. Oh wow, that's really nice. I like that. Wow. That's a good design. So where does that mount up against? Here. Ooh. Do I like that? Ooh. I do. Okay, it's fine. It barely gets held in place on this little plastic bit right here, so it holds itself in place. And then we use M3x8s, which is what we use for our rails. So let's do that. So that's going to be which direction? So the angle faces out. Perfect. So making sure our nut stays in, like it didn't. That's what I was worried about. You connect 8 filaments into it using their slicer. You figure out the exact changeover distance for colors. The problem is it's like $700. Yeah, right. You have the old feet? Do I? Is there a new part for this? Yeah, that's what I was worried about, is like the nut is really right above that. So these are the feet that I'm using. Which should work. Yeah, that works fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. And I know what it's supposed to be too, because I have those on my other printer. Oh, I don't know if I have them right in front of me. Let's see. Saw them recently. They're the big, bulky feet. I think that's what those are designed for. Yeah. There somewhere. You can use those. It's not good looking. Amp feet. I'm guessing that's these guys right here. How do I show this? These ones? That style, correct? I'm guessing those. It needs to change. Okay. So, do I bother installing them then? Like, do I need them? Can I just not? Hey, Maker Viking. Do I just not install that now? Oh, it has you put on the feet. use them? Okay. Yeah, because I tip it on side and just replace it later. Cool. Well, let's do it. Is wrong. This one. That one fits a bit better. There we go, that's right. Perfect. It's nice that they designed the printer to use the same size screw for a lot of stuff, so the amount of screws you need are a lot, but they're all the same size. I like that. Instead of, maybe using a 10mm here. So there's a lot of attention to detail that goes into this design. And I just think it's neat. So that's what that looks like. Yeah, it's not gonna be visible, to be honest. The nut should not fall out. Yeah, the nut's in fine. I can see it. And it doesn't line up with the pulley at all. Like, it'll never touch. So I wouldn't be worried about having it go in too much. Have you put on the feet? At what point does it want you to put in the feet? Because it shows it at this step right here, but like, it doesn't tell you to put it on. But it has it here. It's just an orientation. Whatever. Great, what also means you end up with a metric but set of extras if you self-source with the Delta piece multi-packs. Well, yeah, for these printers, it makes a lot of sense to go with a kit, like a screw kit, because they have extras in there. And hypothetically, if someone mods something, they're going to use the same fastener type as stock. Hopefully. Hopefully. But I always carry extras anyway. It doesn't really matter. It's a couple of screw kits. I think it's worth having for any 3D printer. Nuts. This one wasn't printed as tight. It's a little loose, so I gotta be careful when I'm installing it. Ugh. Wow. Okay. It does self-align. Cool. So once it's aligned right, it held itself in place. The previous 2.5 version M5 screw can... Oh, really? It'll screw into the pulley. Dang. Yeah, it appears like they fixed it. At least with this pulley I have. I'm noticing in the CAD, they have pulleys with the really large diameter, this section. Like large diameter for this little piece. This one's small, so you can technically go really far. But I can see it as an issue, for sure. Steve made these little improvements in the R2 release. Oh, cool. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate ya. I never thought of building a Voron. I really never did. I was like, there's no way I'm ever building a Voron. But hey, we're doing it. And it is going pretty well so far. I was hoping maybe I'd have a couple more things beforehand, like a printer that would be very reliable for printing ABS. Unfortunately, switching between ABS and PLA on the simple core usually means a Z offset. Steve probably printed his own feet. Like, why wouldn't you print your own feet? Like little things here and there that I either like print PLA in the printer or I calibrate it for ABS. It's a process. So it'd be nice to have one printer dedicated just for ABS. And I think that's mostly what this printer is going to be. It's like a little ABS printer because it's going to have a semi-heated enclosure because it's going to... Oh, I have to print off my Nevermore. When do I have to do that? Probably soon. Good night, Gulsfer. Nevermore. What step does that go in? Because I completely forgot. I forgot about it. Oh no. Oh, maybe I'll have Dan send me one. Dan, print me Nevermore, please. Thank you. Cool. Wow, this is awesome. All right, one more. What's better for feet? Are these the best feet you can get? Because it's kind of squishy. Like, it has some squish to it. Nevermore can go in after the fact. I'm hoping so. Because this installs underneath the bed, right? The bed you just take off and put back on. The ant feet is better. So the feet I have on the other printer, those are better. I might have some spares. And I like the look of them better too. Slides in between the bed shoes. Okay, alright, cool. Well, I still gotta print it. What color is it? Is it an accent color or is it a main color? Because I do have some Polymaker Galaxy coming in a couple weeks. And if I can hold off, I could probably hold off on that one. Yeah, I could do it like at the very end. So I'm planning on printing all the outside stuff, like the skirts and all the stuff in Polymaker's new Galaxy dark gray ABS or ASA, whatever color it is. You have to remove the bed. Okay, cool, cool. Well, we'll do that later then. I've been trying to hold off for longer than I'd like to admit because I wanted that Galaxy. I was hoping to do the whole thing Galaxy. That's not gonna happen. Rainbow scale colors? No, just a different, like a dark gray, but Galaxy. They want the pop blue. Yeah, if you haven't seen, check out Polymaker's website, us.polymaker.com. The link is in the video description. If you're watching this live, they just released the new pop colors, and they're going to be releasing some more fun colors very soon. In fact, I wonder when the... Keep an eye out for Galaxy Blue. I don't know if it's ABS or ASA, forget. But Galaxy Blue. Teal, it's teal. Galaxy Teal. Delay is so much longer? It shouldn't be. You're probably behind in chat. Press the... I have like ultra low latencies on, so press the live button if you're behind in chat. Is it Sparkle? Give the filter a try. Oh, is it like a different one? As long as it takes pellets, I really don't care what I use. But I have 5015 fans and pellets from West3D. Buy with Prime. They just added the Buy with Prime, and they added the Prime reviews onto the website. If you're looking to buy Polymaker filament, just buy it right from their website. It's better than buying off of Amazon. Pop Blue's out of stock. They've never been in stock yet. They're not in stock yet. But they're on their way / will be stocked very soon. So hit that remind me when they're back in stock notification, because they're gonna go fast. Search the filter on printables. Okay. Can I install this today? I probably can't, because what's next? Oh, we put the motor on. We'll do that. I want to get as much done as possible. May be better than Evermore. Okay. Can you just send me a DM, please, or tag me on the Polymaker Discord? Because I want to get this done. So we have some cool stuff. These are hot colors, I mean 5 kg. I don't think so. I would doubt it. Oh, who knows? Ugh. All right. These are LDO's speedy powers. I might have a minor issue. I've stolen a lot of cables. I don't know if I have enough cables. I might have to like make some cables for this printer. Oof. Do any of these have cables? No. 2 speedy powers. Those are custom. Awesome, thank you. And you tagged me, right? Because I'll forget. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. This is an A. Okay, so this is a AH. 250. Wait, what? That's a high temp version because it has an attached cable. So this is gonna be our AB motor, high temp. What's this one? This is also an attached cable. So these are our AB motors. The issue is I use these speedy powers for everything. So I don't know where my specific stock is for this printer. That's funny. Because I put them in my rooks, I put them here, put them there. They're just everywhere. So let me double check over here. I might have just grabbed enough for this, but I didn't realize that those were the attached ones. Let's put this over here. All right. Yeah, they're all in here. Wait, what are those for? Are those extras? What the heck? Why do I have so many of these motors? Oh my god. I have so many motors. Why? Why do I have so many motors? Oh no. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but just kind of questioning. Why do I have so many motors? 5 of them? Did I get more? Okay, let's see. 4 speedy powers. All-wheel drive. I know, right? Okay, let's see. So we got this one. Okay, this is a regular speedy power. No cable. I think I just like use these for cables. That's pretty bad when I'm using motors just for their cables. Because I didn't feel like making cables. Here's another speedy power. So here's 4 speedy powers. Okay. Is there an all-wheel drive V2? Is there one? Gotta be. And there's 3 more. Do any of these have cables? Okay, this is one. It does have a cable. I might as well just make my own cables for all of them. This one is new and it has a cable. Then V2 with all drive 8 steppers. Nice. And this is just a plain one. Okay. I don't know. LDO sent 6. I like speedy powers. So, yeah. Now I have 3 extras? 3 extras. Huh. Okay, so I have technically one extra because I bought these. These are from West3D. They now stock the high temp version of the Speedy Powers. These are not the super powers. I'm be giving some away on my giveaway stream on Give Back stream on the 25th, but I figured I'd go with the high temp just in case, so I can run them a little bit more aggressive. Why not? And they have the cable already attached. But I gotta make up some cables for these. Yay! I'll have to figure that out, because I don't know if I want to go with the same silicone wire I typically do. Give an odd number, you should use one on the extruder. Well, I have. I probably have like a random motor lying around somewhere that's a Speedy Power. High temp on AV, normal for Z. Yep. So I was gonna use normal, and that'd be fine too, just like a normal one. But we'll just go with the high temp. It's okay. And then I did get. What's the other one? Somewhere I have another motor. Somewhere I have an extruder motor that I bought that I'll be using. That's I wanted to get an LDO one because why not? So I ended up using 4 of the ones I sent over, and then the 2 for another project, and then I stole their extruder. So it's like it's a 1-to-1 trade. So they still supported something. Definitely. Very, very much useful. Okay, so what's next for this? Okay, this is the part I don't have. I didn't print this part. I don't think I printed it. Is this like super necessary, or can we eyeball it? Benefits of high temperature and shorter wire runs for Z. That's true. So when yeah, that's a good point. I won't have like 1,000 feet of cable. You probably wouldn't eyeball. I know. What is it measuring the distance of? The important thing is the placement of the teeth. Okay. So these are the 16-tooth pulleys. These ones? Yeah, these ones. Speed pulley on Rook. The Speedy Powers, like these things? Yes, I'm running Speedy Powers on my Rooks. How many of these do I have? All right, I have 2 in Simple Core, and then 2 each in the Rooks. So that's, I have 6 in use right now. Plus another 3 spare. They're just really clean. I don't know, there's something about them. I want to replace, like, maybe the Tycoon. We'll put the Speedy Powers on those. Helps a lot, but eyeballs are good. Eyeball everything. I'm pretty good at eyeballing this type of thing. How does it mount? Okay, so we had to put on that. So it mounts like how? How? Okay, that faces the wrong way. So this way. This. Oh, okay. So this goes like this. Okay, it comes out like that. Okay. So it comes out like this, and then this motor housing goes in something like that. Let's find those pieces. What are those? These L brackets. And they're gray. Great, L brackets got 1. Cardboard box is not the best for all these parts because they keep getting underneath the cardboard flaps. Oops. 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And I'm just gonna double check and see, but I don't think I have that weird part. I'm not sure if I printed every single calibration piece. I thought I only printed the stuff I needed. Maybe it's in the other thing. Let's search through that one. Because I have the alignment. All right, let's look through this. Just another whole set of 2.4 parts in the wrong color. No biggie. What am I looking for? Like some type of... I don't even know what that is. A weird funky thing with 3 ends. I just don't recall seeing it for anything. I might not have it. No. Doesn't look like it. Oh well. We'll just... Oh, it's flat. The stuff that looks like very similar, but it's not it. We keep saying, oh, that's it. Oh, no, it's not. I could have just, like, printed it. Like PLA or something. But I saw it. I saw that I was going to need it. I was like, nah, I don't need that. Yeah, I'll probably find it directly after the stream. I think... YOLO time. It's fine. Alright. So we have to Loctite all these anyway. Like a lot of little mini steps in here. 5 minutes to print. I know, honestly, it is probably a 5-minute print, isn't it? They just print it. Let me try to find my... Here, I'll let you look at what we have so far. You don't put the Z motors on until your deck panel, just so reprint one. All right, we'll do that step later then. That goes on from the back. Yeah, so can we do anything else today? Yeah, so that all goes on after the deck panel. That's a pretty good progress for that, though. Oh, that's where you put in the feet. Aha, there we go. Found it. Right? Z idler. We can do those. And this is where I go and, make sure that I have all the correct parts for the next stream. So, might be tomorrow, maybe. Like I said, I want to get this. If I don't get my panels in tomorrow, I will postpone it till Saturday. I might even have to do a Friday stream. I just want to get this done, like ASAP. The pressure is on. Heat is on. Idlers. idlers. We need the things that look like eyes. So the main idler is gray. This little cute thing. I don't have those printed. Really? Do I not have those printed? Also, rip. we lost a fan thingy. Do I not have those printed? I've got to have the idler assembly printed. Man, this feels like a Nero stream now. I feel like he always loses one part when he builds a printer. What's this? I don't see either of those parts. I don't see the little piece. I want to say it's this, but it's not. Wow. Okay. Ginger took him properly. Jeez. So I mean, they're clearly, it's clearly this, but that's the wrong color. Doesn't matter. Let me guess. I did the opposite for accent parts. It's actually printed pretty good. You want to YOLO it? I did the exact opposite colors. YOLO, you want to go with the opposite color scheme? Doesn't matter that much. So 3 idlers. What do you think, chat? Kind of weird seeing all the opposite pieces. I got pretty far without realizing that I was doing the wrong color scheme. I got pretty far. But some of these are printed so good. Like, they're perfect. This looks so good. I want to use them. Guess I'll have to build a second Voron. Yeah, bin of tarts is not a good idea for these. Okay, there's that. And the rest of them are all gray. Look at that. Jeez, do we even have any of those? Literally only see one. Wow, well, this is fun. I did give up like halfway through because obviously it was switched colors. I don't even have enough of my backups. That's hilarious. So what part does this look like? This thing? What color would that be? White? Or regular gray? Yeah, I don't have these. Ah. Okay, we'll print those. Well, print them. Stab. Oh my god. Now you mount your panel. We have to put the bed on Is that even necessary to put the bed on? I'll wait on the bed. Then you get the AB. Put bed at end. Yeah, that seems weird. You put it now. I put the bed on now. AB drive. This can all be done now. I'll call it for tonight, but we can do that. So I can build the whole gantry at this point. Can I? Can I? Because you don't run the belts till later. I can do the whole gantry before I even install the Z. But I kind of want to do the Z now because I have some modded Z parts. But I can't do the Z. Yeah, I can't do the Z until I get the rails in place. So, again, I have the special bearing, which I have to locate. But I have the bearing mod for this, the spherical bearing mod. I have spherical bearings. Can I install it today? Is that going to cause me any issues? I don't think so. Look at the manual. So this part right here, just the Z joint. Or do I have to kind of do that as I'm installing the belts? Yeah, it's part of, it's securing the belts, so we have to do that last. Long zip ties. Yeah, that's probably gonna be fun. Okay, so we could put this part on. That's not really necessary, yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna bother because then we're just gonna deal with having that floating around the whole time. I just wanted to see how it worked, but that's not going to happen. But hey, we can do the whole gantry before doing any of the belts for the Z. So that's pretty good. We can do the whole gantry. Not tonight, but I can do it tomorrow. So we'll plan on that. I will, if everything goes well, I will stream this tomorrow. Same bad time. It's a good mod. You did it. It should be stock. It seems like it, especially with the 4 points. For this printer over here, I don't use any spherical bearings, and it still has like a lot of play in how much the bed can tilt, but it's still rigid. Like we're just talking about, well, okay, it should be rigid. In fact, is that even mounted? Huh. I guess, did I... Alright, I'll have to fix that. That could be an issue. But yes, it does have some play. So I can imagine that with this, if it's slightly skewed or something, it just doesn't sound like a good idea. It really doesn't. Stock setup is curved plastic on a plastic surface. Oh! Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, okay, this will be nice. Keep it nice and rigid and allow for movement. Cool. So yeah, the gantry. More lube next time. So let me conclude this by saying thank you again, West3D. If you are looking into building a Voron printer, they have all kinds of parts. They have LDO kits, they have service, they have a Discord over on the Voron channel. They have a channel over on the Voron Discord. Very good customer service from West3D. So go check them out. While you're there, pick up some LDO stuff. I love the speedy powers. I need to use them for more things. Now that I don't have spares. What should I... Write in the comments, what printer do you want to see speedy powers on? Do you want to see a ridiculously fast bed slinger with speedy powers? Or what? What do you want to see? Oh! I know I have 3 of them. I think. I think I got, yeah, so for the belted Z simple core, that's going to require 3 motors for the Z-axis. I think that's what I have them for. That's why there's 3. Try Z, belted Z. There we go. Whew, solve that. It's like, there can't be an extra. Unless I have another one lying around, then that's very much possible. But yeah, my plans for the future. This King Rune I'll probably leave stock. How'd this print come out? Not bad. This is the Triangle Labs STD6 hot end. A little bit of issue, probably due to my mounting and just the general nature of the printer, but not bad. Polyterra PLA Plus. I'm doing 1 in each color of the rainbow. These are T holders available on printables. Pretty cool. So I have this Kaiwu over here that I'm converting over to Clipper with a SKR board. That could probably benefit from speedy powers. Maybe, we'll see. VZ-Bot, all-wheel drive. I'd love that in the future. So if there's anyone watching who wants to send me a kit for any of the fast printers, let me know. I'd be interested. Otherwise, I think that is all for tonight. Make sure to join my Patreon if you want to support me. That is the best way, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. It allows me to get the materials, get the equipment to run these streams, and make content. So just being here is greatly appreciated. Thank you everyone in chat for showing up and sticking around and chatting and asking questions. Some good questions today. Good discussions. I'm glad it looks like we did absolutely nothing. But hey, these are cool. These are neat. They're very neat. So I'll print some parts out. We'll have a great time tomorrow. And have a good night. Bye. What will you say in the end credits today? We'll get some Taco Bell. Yeah, Taco Bell. That sounds good. Unfortunately, I open at 2 o'clock in the morning. What if I should reprint the rest of the parts in PTG?